Hello? Is the music an okay level? Is it too much? Is it too little? I don't know. Hey Gabby, hey Minto. Is this better? Chinchilla? Hello. Hey Pato. Okay. I need to find art to put as the thing for the thing. Well, welcome. Glad you can make it. Hello Logic. Hello Kira. Whoops. I don't know English. I'll just write something via Google Translator. No worries. I mean, most people just kind of, you know, watch. They don't really chat. So if that's what you're comfortable with, you're free to do that as well. Hey, Katie. Hey, Louie. Hey, Potassium. Hey, Nia Hearts. Hey, Olin. Hey, Solus. Hey, Dawn. Hello, Joako. Hello, Pudding. First time in the stream. Welcome. We have a couple people who are first times. Hope you guys enjoy your stay here. Let me put this on Instagram and Twitter, and then we can start. Let's see. Where is Twitter? Okay. How have you been since last stream? It's been an interesting week for sure. I've been unnaturally exhausted, and a part of me is just like, I think it's depression. But I've just been like really tired. Yeah, sleeping on and off. There was one night I couldn't sleep until 7 a.m. and then I had work at 9, so I had to get up. Anyway, and then I fell asleep during my lunch break and then I had to go to a meeting right for my lunch break, and then I fell asleep again at 4 p.m. and then I was asleep until 9 p.m. and then I was up until 2 a.m. and then I fell asleep again and I reset the clock. So that was like one of those days. So it's been an interesting week for sure. But it's okay. It's ending. You know, it's Friday. We could chill for a little bit, so I'm gonna try and take advantage of that. Hello, Sheena. Hey, Creative. Hey, Sunburns. Gary is not here today. No. Hey, Kalere. What will I draw? Yes, charity commissions. Okay, let's move to this one. Do not say that. First one up is this. Yeah, it was definitely a time. My roommate and I were joking. It was about like, oh, it's because Jupiter's in retrograde or something. I don't know what the new thing this week is. But it's I've definitely had a weird week. So there's that. Oh, Tojo, can you do polls? Are you able to start polls on your own? Thank you everyone for the follow. Can you make one where people can decide if I'm a firebender, earthbender, airbender, or waterbender? I'm really curious. Puda, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Cause so my work started a new thing. It was like with like 3 of us or 4 of us. And it is a tabletop RPG with Avatar Last Airbender as like the framing of it. And there was like some contention over whether or not I was a waterbender or airbender or firebender. And I'm very curious to see what other people think based on my personality. If you've been around in the streams long enough, what kind of bending do you think I would do? Because everyone was like, you know, maybe you'd be an airbender because you're like creative, but then you also say some weird shit. So maybe you're like maybe you're a firebender. But you know, I'm just curious. I'm curious to see what people would say. Feel free to vote, y'all. It's already been decided. I would love to know what you guys think. Being the avatar is not an option here. I'm not trying to make a main hero character. Would not be fun to play a tabletop RPG where one person is clearly the avatar. Waterbender. Okay, all right. You know, I do thematically really like waterbenders. But not because they're waterbenders, but because they have the opportunity to be bloodbenders. um, Thematically, I love the idea of bloodbending. And because I mentioned the fact that I love bloodbending, that's what made everyone else in my group say, you are 100% a firebender. For you to suggest bloodbending as being interesting, you are automatically a firebender. Which I thought was preposterous because obviously, you know, you could maim with bloodbending, but you could also heal with bloodbending, right? Like if you imagine if you can control the blood flow within someone's body and you can just like shove all the blood that they lost back into them, or prevent them from getting gangrene, prevent them from dying of exsanguination. You know, like there's so many different ways that bloodbending could be very helpful. So I thought it was a pretty like, oh, this is really cool. Apparently that made me like too much of a chaotic personality, so I was pegged as being a firebender for our group. But I find it very interesting that you guys think I am a waterbender. I would not be inclined to disagree with you, but that's also because I don't really have like a strong affiliation with one or the other. So what do you mean shoving blood back into them isn't healing them? That is the definition of healing. I feel like there is a much more interesting application of firebending than just lightning. I would love to kind of just sit down and theory craft on what would be a really cool, like, kind of offshoot of it. Because there's gotta be something more interesting. I guess neither did airbending. It doesn't help that Aang is the only one who can airbend in the show, but yeah, it never got kind of a secondary offshoot. Also, they get metal bending, which is sick. So I feel like Earthbenders got a very interesting secondary evolution. I always forget that that guy's in the show until he shows up, and then I'm like, oh shit, and then he never shows up again. If I am feeling particularly confident in the thing that I am drawing, then yes, I will typically draw without guidelines. But this pretty much only applies to characters and like clothing and stuff and props. Anything more complicated than that, then I will probably use guidelines. Ah, oh, Peach. That was... Oh, that was a stinky poop. Oh. Chemical warfare is a bioweapon that she just unleashed in my room. God. $300 opacity and flow? I don't know what you're talking about. 300 opacity and flow? What does that mean? Do you think 19 is too late to go to art school? If you want to go to art school, then any time is good. I went to class with like 50-year-olds. You can go to art school whenever you want. Aren't you watching me make pencil strokes? What's the point of making more? Hey, Kino. Peach dropped the stinkiest poop and then she vanished. How do you break away from bad drawing habits? Well, so being aware of what those bad habits are is already kind of the first step. And the second is just kind of realizing, you know, what are the better habits that you should be learning in replacement of those. Once you start practicing those habits, actively replacing them when you see yourself defaulting, eventually you'll start replacing those old habits with new ones. As long as you fully understand, like, you know, what are you trying to replace? Why are you trying to replace it? Is it actually better than the other one? That's essentially the start of the process, is being cognizant, being aware, making the decision and the choice to change it, and then putting that into like the daily thing that you always try to put into your art. Because it's really hard to like learn something and just immediately put it into practice. It takes a really long time. And that's usually when old habits start to slip back into your work, is when you're kind of out of the learning phase and into the sort of development phase of something. And that's when you have to make the effort to be cognizant of it. How do you apply what you've learned in studies to your personal work? I mean, ideally, if you're actually learning anything from your studies, right? The stuff that you learn in your studies shouldn't be isolated to just the work that you do when you're in the mode of studying. Ideally, when you're making those studies, it should be with the intention of fixing a problem you have in your actual work that you make frequently enough to be like, this is a problem I should fix, this is something that I should improve on, so that when you go back to drawing personal work, applying it is as simple as being like, here's are the lessons that I learned when I was making the study, and here are the things that I have decided are better habits, better practices, and applying them is as easy as just continuing to reinforce those same lessons that you learned. Whether that just be reminding yourself like, hey, I always skip out on defining the muscles here, or I always forget to emphasize this specific like rhythm. I don't, I'm drawing too fast in this area, I should slow down and really think about what I'm drawing. Those like mental reminders as you're drawing your personal stuff is what should be going through your head if you're trying to apply something that you learned via a study or something else. Pada, how are you? And too big, maybe. I have been alright. For some reason, very tired, but I think that is just how it goes some days. Thoughts on Kung Fu Panda? I like the movie. Or, well, I guess movies. I've seen all of them, I think. Hey, Picchar. Was there any studio you wanted to work at when you were younger? I didn't really ever think about work as in studios I'd want to work for. There used to be people that would get mad at me because they're like, "Why are you in fucking games if you don't even have a studio you wanna like be a developer at or something?" And I'm like, I don't know. It just happens when you don't grow up with games. You just don't have an association with studios like you do when you're a kid and you're like, I just only want to do stuff for this one person that made my childhood, you know? It's like, when you don't grow up with that, you don't develop the same association. And I got into games at a time when I don't know, I guess I just kind of implicitly understood that just because I liked a game does not mean that the studio that made it would be a place I'd want to work at. Like, I guess you could say in high school I really wanted to work at Naughty Dog, but it wasn't because I would actually want to work at Naughty Dog. It was just like, oh, here's a mildly prolific studio that did a thing that I know about. Sure, why not? Who cares? But like, I actually would probably not want to work at Naughty Dog. Beyond everything else, just the style that they work in is not my cup of tea. But you know, so it was just kind of like, yeah, anywhere really is fine as long as like what they're working on is interesting to me, which is honestly the harder part. But because there are very few projects I'd actually be interested to work on, like intrinsically. I'll work on something to the best of my ability. That's not an issue. To actually love a project as much as possible, to actually like feel like I'm gonna give my all to this project regardless of, you know, of anything else, very rare. I mean, I'm sure Naughty Dog does. Whether or not you agree with what they, with the future and the manner at which they see their games, it's up to you. But I'm sure that studio loves what they do. Line quality doesn't really have anything to do with the fact that I draw from without guidelines, but line quality does improve over time. That's just one of those things where it does kind of need experience and comfort with drawing to improve to an extent. I mean, you can also make active efforts to improve your line quality, but it's one of the few things where I'd really say that, like, yeah, having hours and mileage spent drawing is part of the equation. This is a time where practice does make perfect, quantity does add something to it, because the more comfortable you are making the lines and the decisions you have to make while you're drawing on the fly, the easier it will be for you to achieve the line quality you actually want. Whether or not that's something close to what I do, or, you know, based on a specific artist or style that you really like, is really dependent on you making active choices while you are drawing, having done the research and the put in the time to like understand what goes into crafting a certain look, having the experience to know how you draw lines, know how you place lines, how you plan for putting down lines, practicing the skill of being able to precisely communicate what you want to draw, which is a skill I'm still struggling to learn. All of those things are things that you can work on, but require some level of time and experience to get used to them. Hard nose in terms of tropes. I like romance as much as the next person, but I am very, very allergic to whenever people use romance as a way to be relatable. Because I don't find romantic relationships in the middle of an action adventure very relatable. It actually pisses me off. I am very allergic to the storylines where getting the girl is the reward. Very allergic to the storyline of getting the guy is the reward. Because I don't think that's a fucking reward. I don't think a person is ever a reward in my eyes. I feel like there's always something so much cooler. Like, get the don't talk about Shrek to me. Don't talk about Shrek to me. Do I like birds? Yes, I do. Yeah, I don't like romance in a lot of things, because here's my analogy, right? For why romance is so poorly handled and why I don't hate romance, right? I don't hate romance at all. In fact, I rather quite enjoy reading like super trashy webtoon novels of the same trope over and over again. Like, currently it's all about the whole villainous trope where, like, I was reincarnated as the villainess in this fantasy world. Oh, look at me go about my Rococo fucking themed thing, and I'll read 50 of those because I'm like, yeah, sure, romance, I'll get into it. But here's the thing, right? Romance is like ice cream. Ice cream, people generally are pretty alright with it. Like, it's not like, people are like, yeah, sure, it's kind of nice, it's a pretty feel-good thing, right? Whatever. Ice cream's nice. You don't put ice cream in everything, though. There's a time and a place for ice cream. And there are times and places when ice cream actually becomes so much better because it enhances the dish it's in, or it's enhanced by the dish that it's in. But sometimes, you're not gonna want to put ice cream in your fucking curry. And for me, I like consuming the types of cuisines where romance is not really gonna fit in that dish. So I take personal offense to whenever a piece of media has romance in it, and it really just could have done without it. Like, any action adventure, any mystery, any like shonen thing, I'm usually like, you're gonna have to hard sell me on whether or not this character actually deserves to have a relationship. The reward is the MacGuffin. I mean, there's a way to do it right, you know? Like, there are ways to undersell a plot, and it's just kind of like, oh well. Glad I invested my time into not very much reward, you know? But then there are times where it's like, I'm not really in this piece of media to be wowed by the expert craftsmanship of the writing, you know? Like, Promare, literally, if you haven't watched Promare, I'm sorry, I'm gonna spoil, like, a little bit of a thing for you. In Promare, there's literally a thing called Deus Ex Machina. And it's so stupid. And when I saw it, I screamed. But, I mean, who is watching Promare for, you know, expert level craftsmanship? You're not. You're watching Promare to relive Gurren Lagann. That's why you're watching Promare, right? That's why you're watching any Trigger thing. You're trying to relive the hype of Gurren Lagann. And what they did was give you, like, an hour of just pure energy and, like, high-level mech fights, which is, anytime I go into a mech movie, that's all I'm looking for. I'm just looking for mechs fighting each other. I don't care about humans. I really don't care about humans. And same thing with kaiju movies. I don't care about what your white ass is gonna talk about on screen. Just get me back to Godzilla, I swear to God. So. I mean, here's the thing with Pacific Rim, though. I feel like in Pacific Rim, I was willing to work with it because Pacific Rim doesn't shove into your face that they're having a romantic relationship. The whole idea of the drift compatibility is like, anyone can be drift compatible, you just need a strong enough bond and a strong enough synergy. I could get behind that as being non-romantic, and so therefore it's not shoving into my face that this is romance that they're having. It could just literally be that very amorphous, kind of undefinable bond that you have with someone that shares a certain level of trauma with you. And I could totally get behind that, which is why I could forgive Pacific Rim in ways that I can't forgive a lot of other things. Because a lot of other things will not allow you to not see it as romance. And I feel like that is a total mistake. Because the end of Pacific Rim, they literally just hug. And I'm like, perfect! An excellent ending to this relationship, right? Like, they don't have to do anything else but just show that they went through so much together that words cannot describe the relationship they're in. It's not as simple as love. They've literally been through life and death. And, like, that, an acceptable ending to that, because there's no romance, they didn't tell me that they're dating, they're not into each other. It's, like, perfect. What a lovely blend of human emotions that are indescribable than just being like, this person, I have a lot of connections with this person. The only way that I can sum up this intensity of a relationship is by saying that I want to get into your pants. That is such a weak breakdown of an emotional arc for a character. I'm just saying. I mean, I'll say it with my full chest. I don't care about humans. Romance in Your Name. Here's the thing, right? Like, Your Name is like a weird experience. It was a weird experience for anyone who saw it. It remains a weird experience for anyone who sees it. And do I count it as romance? Kind of not. Honestly, I feel like if that happened to me, I'd just be like, hey, we're traumatized. You're the only other person I can really talk about this trauma to. But that doesn't really mean that we like each other in any, meaningful capacity. But I could definitely, they ended it in a way that's like, oh yeah, this is romantic, very, that's like the whole story. And I could kind of get behind it. I'm like, yeah, sure. But it wasn't, like, compelling enough for me to be like, yes, get together, this is great, love it. Full 100% stamp of approval. I was just kind of like, yeah, okay. Sure. It's Makoto Shinkai. If it doesn't have something to do with, like, some form of love or trauma, then it's not a Makoto Shinkai movie, is it? So here's the thing, right? I understand that Shrek has since been kind of deconstructed into a very progressive, very forward-thinking, kind of astonishing piece of media, right? I understand that it's now become a subversive type of media. And here's why I don't like Shrek. It's ugly. That's it. I don't like watching big green people on screen. I don't like their ears. It's ugly. So I don't like Shrek. That's exactly why I don't like Shrek. How are your illustrations when you were 18 years old? I don't remember. What year was I 18? 2017? Shrek has always made me very uncomfortable. I did not enjoy watching that movie. I have not watched One Piece, no. And I will never watch One Piece. Did I watch Shrek 2? I think I did. Oh, wait, yes. First Shrek, yes. No, actually, I think I remember Shrek 2 more than I remember Shrek 1. Because Shrek 1 was with the whole, that one, Farquaad? Was that his name? I barely remember the first movie. Yeah, okay, yeah. I totally remember Shrek 2 more than Shrek 1. I do not remember having any other feelings other than, why am I watching another movie with this really ugly man? What's my favorite Ghibli movie? Nausicaa and Princess Mononoke are top. Porco Rosso, Castle in the Sky are second. Spirited Away, Totoro, Kiki's Delivery Service are third. Everything else is like fourth, fifth, whatever. I refuse to accept that all of you guys actually genuinely like Shrek and are not at all influenced by the fact that Shrek became a like meme sensation in the past the past decade, basically. I refuse to accept that you guys, with no other influence, genuinely love Shrek for any like real like I'm sure some of you guys do, but there's a portion of you guys that probably like remembered Shrek and was like, yeah, okay, now I kind of like it because it just became a part of the zeitgeist. Okay, well, maybe you guys are just weird. I don't know. I will say, the soundtrack is great to Shrek. I love the Shrek soundtrack. I'm trying to elevate you guys. I don't know what you're talking about. But it's fine. If I become known for being the person who hates Shrek, then maybe I'm doing alright in my life. Shut up. Do not bring that bottom energy into this chat. I swear to God. Thoughts on Evangelion? I love Evangelion. Actually, last weekend I built a model kit of Asuka's Eva. So I love if you haven't heard, I love Evangelion. I haven't watched the new stuff though. It's a real grade one, so I'm pretty sure it's plastic. It's the actual, like, mech suits, not the collabs. Any advice for getting on art block? So I employ the method of manufacturing FOMO, or fear of missing out. I take a break from drawing, and I basically just spend the time I would have spent drawing looking at other people's art. Once I've developed enough of, like, a sense of FOMO, where I'm like, wow, it must be so fun to draw. By that point, I've usually started developing an idea for, like, here are some things I'd want to try as soon as I get back to drawing, and here are things I'd want to improve on as soon as I get back to drawing, and, you know, all this stuff. And so, by the time I do get back to it, I have started to answer the questions that would plague me when I was having art block, that I didn't have an answer to. And I'd have a lot more energy to kind of start searching for the answer to them, because I developed such a strong sense of, like, I really, I've got a sense of passion back because I started to miss drawing. That's kind of how I handle art block, essentially, is just getting to a point where I feel like, oh, I want to go back and I want to start experimenting and doing all these things. Look at all these cool things that people are doing. Hey, Painting Horsey. How are you? I am back. There's so many noises outside. Favorite shoe to draw? I always default to Converse for some reason. I think it's because when I was younger, I got really angry that I couldn't ever draw Converse right. So I spent like a whole week just like looking at Converse shoes. And now every time it's either that or, and by accident I did this, I default to drawing Yeezys whenever I have to draw sneakers. I don't like Yeezys. I don't have Yeezys. I've never been a fan of them. But for some reason, the shape of them is pretty like default for me. So it's like Converse or Yeezys, which sucks. How do you tackle time periods of drawing? Like, how do you shorten the time it takes to draw something? I struggle with that and take a minute to... I say that unless it's something you're doing for yourself, it should not really be something that you're too worried about. Time and taking less time to draw something comes with experience and expertise. Like, as you become more efficient at drawing something, you'll automatically be making less mistakes. You'll need to, think about it less. It'll feel more like muscle memory, and then it just gets faster. You can't really force yourself to do, or you can't really study, I guess, to get faster at something. Beyond, like, learning to make less strokes and drawing things with less lines and being more efficient about how you place your lines and all those tiny things. It's like how people talk about writing faster for essays and stuff comes down to, like, writing in a particular way, or writing in cursive is quote unquote faster than if you picked up your pencil and wrote the next letter and then picked up your pencil again. I remember people like saying, here, in order to write faster, write a sentence from left to right and then write another sentence from right to left. Stuff like that. So it's just a matter of all of the small time-saving things that you can do doesn't really supersede, I guess, the just general level of experience you get from having drawn something for a really long time. So I'd say if you're interested in drawing something faster, isolate what it is that you're trying to, what you're trying to be faster at. And hold on. And figure out, what is it that you're kind of losing time on? Is it because you keep having to redraw it? You're not sure about the shape of it? You're not totally comfortable with I don't know, drawing it your first try, right? Like, getting it accurate your first try. That probably just means that you need more practice drawing that object. If it's that you draw too slow, like physically too slow, you make your lines too slow, then maybe you could start practicing doing like quick gestures and stuff, and doing quick sketches, and learning how to actually draw at a faster speed, but with the same level of like efficiency and skill. So, you know, there's a lot of stuff that goes into it, but I'd say primarily the main thing that would affect speed is expertise and comfortability with the thing that you're drawing. Where do you go if you want to look at historically accurate clothing for characters? There's a lot of misinformation on the internet about things that are historically accurate. And unless you know what is inaccurate and what isn't, you can sometimes be misinformed about what it is that for that time period is sourced right, it has the right origin, the right year to date, because if you are ever interested in fashion, especially European fashion, could change every decade. So it's hard if you don't have like a good source. A lot of good sources usually come from books, so if you ever get like a book, like museums tend to have pretty good sources of here's like an actual breakdown, a historical breakdown of this stuff. But I follow a lot of like historical accounts and stuff like that. So they always post images of extant garments in like museum collections, or, you know, Google, Pinterest seems to have a fair amount of pictures that are taken from those types of sites, and they might be tagged correctly. Even just like Googling a time period, looking up like real historical costumes, real historical outfits, rather, and seeing what comes up, seeing if you can cross-check that and cross-reference that with other pieces of media that describe those things as opposed to having like photographs. It does take a little bit of effort if you're not looking at something that's very well documented. Like European fashion is very well documented compared to like South African fashion across the ages, because, you know, European fashion had the money, time, and prestige to like evolve as much as it did and be documented as well as it was. But, you know, just good old research is kind of how you figure out what sources you can trust, and things that you should look out for when you are trying to accurately research for a historical time period. How long does it take to get used to a pen tablet? Been at it for 3 years, still feel uncomfortable. I don't know. Like, I've been using my pen tablet for, let's see, when did I start? 2011? So it's almost been like, it's been 10 years at this point. Or was it 2009? It might have been 2009. Okay, so like 12 years. I don't know. And even I sometimes, some days, don't feel super comfortable with it. So I'd say give it a while. But feel free to experiment with other stuff. Like, if you feel like you feel more comfortable drawing traditionally, that could be a sign that maybe you'd benefit from having a screen tablet as opposed to a not screen tablet. But I've always used a not screen tablet, and sometimes it's uncomfortable, but I usually just take that as me being a little fussy, and I'll just, take a break from using it for a little bit and then come back, and it's usually fine. But people now use iPads and stuff like that. That's all drawing on a screen tablet, basically. So, it could just be a matter of preference. But it definitely did take me a little bit of time to get used to it. Yeah, I've tried screen tablets and I haven't really liked them very much, so I stick with my Intuos. Essentially hands are just boxes and then trying to fit fingers, 4 fingers on the top and then 1 finger on the bottom or on the side. That's usually what I'm thinking about when I'm drawing hands, is trying to maintain the integrity of the palm and then making sure that all the fingers fit, that I'm looking at it from the right angle, that things aren't too high, weirdly placed, squished together, all that stuff. Is your brush pressure set to different colors? What does that mean? Oops. Wrong place to put the tattoo. I did not ever follow a schedule. I drew all the time because I wanted to do that. Whenever I wasn't doing something else, I was drawing, basically. That doesn't mean I did that purposefully. It just meant that I had nothing else to do except for draw. So if that's what you'd want to hear, then there you go. But it wasn't because of any schedule that I was following. There are specific books on fashion, and like they have photos of extant garments. You just have to find them. I know the Met has some, I think. What was your life like when you were still a student in art school? I would do homework, and then I'd go to class, and then in the time I wasn't doing either of those things, I was drawing some other stuff. School was not very exciting for me. I did not do very many things when I was in school because I was trying to be a good student. So I stayed home. I did homework, and occasionally, if one of my friends wanted to go out, we'd go out to like a boba shop or something and do homework. But otherwise, I also was working at the time. I was doing freelance stuff, so I wasn't working, or I didn't have a ton of time outside of school. Let's see. How to study shape design? This is kind of very subjective because shape design at a base level is basically just the satisfying assembly of shapes. What you deem as satisfying is pretty personal. And the way that you figure out what your proportion, your percentage, your ratio of satisfying shapes, forms, how they arrange with each other is going to only really be evident through the artists that you personally admire. So looking at the artists that you like and figuring out what are the kind of shapes that they use, what seems to be the most satisfying shape to you that they have in their art, that they manage to convey in their art. Figuring out why they're constructed that way. Is it just kind of a nice looking, satisfying shape, or is it describing something? Is it the result of a certain quality of forms? Do they flatten their forms? Are they very attentive to the 3D turning in depth? Are they very accurate? Are they very inaccurate? Does that add to your appreciation of it? Does that take away from your appreciation of it? All of these things are basically just ways for you to understand what makes a shape appealing to you. And then from there, you're able to kind of understand, I have a very specific preference for a very specific type or style or form of communication when it comes to a very specific type of shape. So if you don't know where to start with learning shape design, which is difficult because it's something that you kind of don't realize or recognize as important until you've kind of had someone point out to you when it's done really well. And it's a pretty abstract concept, so it's kind of impossible for someone else to tell you here's how you should judge good shapes. But I feel like for the majority of people are able to kind of look at something and be like, I feel like the person who drew this had a very good understanding of design, of balance, of shape, of proportion. Because generally, if a drawing is good, if you look at a drawing and you're like, that's a really good drawing, typically or a really good character design even, typically that means they have a really good breakup of shapes, or a satisfying, non-distracting arrangement of forms, and generally are pretty satisfying to look at. So it's always worth looking at the artists that you really admire and figuring out what kind of impact their choices have on your ability to, or on your, I guess, tastes as an artist, and use that as a jumping off point. I do not know who that artist is. Oh, Promise Neverland. Yeah, I've read Promise Neverland. It's pretty cool. How would shape design fall into the realm of composition? You do use shape design as a tool of composition for sure. How you create positive and negative shapes is definitely a form of shape design. Thank you for the bits. There are people in the back of my, the place where I live. My landlord has like a workshop, and there are people working over there. So that's what you're hearing. If you hear like repetitive working noises, it's that. I'm glad you liked that bit on shapes. Should I eventually start to draw without guidelines like you're doing? I feel like following guidelines can affect my shape choice and probably. I'd say like this is a choice you have to make about whether or not you want to draw like this. Cuz I don't necessarily think there are clear drawbacks to this. If I am not bold enough, which I very rarely am, and it's something I'm working on, if I'm not bold enough with how I draw, drawing without guidelines is basically like looking down into the ocean and just being like, there's something on the floor, on the ocean floor they have to grab. I just gotta go for it and hope I find it. That's kind of what it's like to draw like this, is like, I have an idea, I know the general trajectory, but I'm making choices on the fly, and sometimes if I'm not confident enough to make those choices, I'll default to something much safer, which is why some of my poses feel very stiff. It's not something that's meant to happen, I'm trying to work on it, but it's like there's a lot of ways for this to not pay out in dividends. Like, you might not get that freedom of shape and stuff using this method, because maybe you're just going to be too afraid to make those bold choices. And that being said, maybe not. Like, maybe not using guidelines will actually give you the autonomy to make better shape choices than you might have with guidelines. It's really a personal mental thing. So I'd say, if it's something you are wondering about, you could definitely give it a try. This is something I've been drawing this way for many years now. So it's not like you're gonna try it once and you're gonna figure out like, oh yeah, no, this is exactly how I should be drawing. But I'd say that guidelines should not be the reason why your shapes are not looking like the way that you want them to. It could just be that there could be a mental block between how you how you judge the importance of guidelines, how you interpret your sketches, and how you take them from sketch to finish. Plenty of people use guidelines and have really amazing shapes, and there are people that don't use guidelines and have really amazing shapes. And there are plenty of people in between that struggle with one or the other. So I'd say it's a toss-up. I always recommend people experiment, though. Like, I don't want to be here telling you, like, don't do it. because one, that would be hypocritical. Two, I think experimentation's the stuff of life. So if you want to give it a shot, I would definitely recommend like just taking a bit of time to, you know, try it out, test it out, see how you feel about it. If you don't feel very good about it, then, you know, give it a rest, maybe come back a couple months or weeks from now, try it again. There are a lot of skills involved with drawing in this style. It's not very intuitive if you don't have like the right mindset to be drawing from imagination. But once you get the hang of it, personally, I found it to be much more exciting to draw this way. Much more just like I lose interest less often drawing this way, which is important for me because I lose interest very fast in what I draw. So just in the time it takes me to go from sketch to final, I've already lost all interest in continuing, which is why I very rarely finish anything. But yeah, it's your choice to make, really. How do you learn to make different emotions, as there are so many? They always end up looking a little creepy. Champ pig on head. Champ pig non champ. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. How do you make a variety of expressions and they all look creepy? So I feel like expressions shouldn't look creepy. It could be the way that you're drawing them, the height of the eyebrows, how wide the eyes are. Small things like that are going to drastically change how an expression is interpreted. How you draw the pupils, what details you choose to add in it, all these things can impact how someone perceives your expression. So it could be that, you know, maybe you drew the pupils too small, and then people kind of might assume like, oh, it's a little kind of creepy looking, more so than if, you know, maybe there are other details in it. It could be that you drew the eyes too big but the eyebrows too, you know, slanted or something. Any of these small changes will affect the kind of interpretation, I suppose. The only way to really get better at expressions is just to keep trying and to keep drawing them. Obviously, you can study how people make expressions with their faces, and then how artists will interpret those expressions using a variety of different, essentially like rule sets for how do they simplify these lines, how do they draw mouths, how do they do all these things. And just kind of, I guess, growing your experience drawing a variety of different facial expressions, so that when you eventually do need to draw a very specific emotion, you have experience drawing a very similar expression to be able to jump off from. I'd say that would probably be my suggestion, although I'll be honest, I don't know what you mean by creepy, so I can't really speak on that. How do you make your drawings not look flat? If your drawings look flat, it could be a number of things. It could be that you're not drawing through your forms. So whenever people, and I do this too, right? Like if someone's drawing something on like an arm, there's a tendency to just draw like this, right? Like, oh yeah, and I do this a lot. There's a tendency to just draw like a curve, but in actuality, you have to think about all of these forms as like cylinders. And so when you're drawing it, you have to think about how when it's hitting this edge, it's not just like going off into like whatever direction. It's going back into space. And so there's an infinite amount of points between where it starts to curve and when it starts receding back into space, from your front point of view. And like, it should ideally be making almost like a perfect point when you hit the edges, so that when you look at it from the front, it actually looks like it's curving around. Small things like this will change how people interpret your understanding of 3D form. If you're drawing, like ruffles on something, like I'm about to do, how do you translate ruffles as it goes across a curve, right? How do you change the angle of the ruffles that you draw so that all of these shapes kind of help add to this idea of, at first we were looking at the bottom of, maybe we're looking at the bottom of this shape, but by the time we get to here, we're looking at the top of it. So how do you communicate this transition, right? Small stuff like this and a variety of other things are what help add a sense of dimension to what you're drawing, and it's those tiny details that will make or break it. It could be as simple as you don't really communicate enough of that wrapping around aspect to your drawings. It could be that you don't, feel like you have enough mass on something, so everything feels like it's really thin, or really almost it's flat because it doesn't feel like it has any presence to it. When you draw limbs or things in space, it doesn't feel like everything's in the same space. A lot of things can contribute to that feeling of flatness, and paying attention to what in particular seems to add to that flatness can help you start isolating what is it that you have to start working on in order to maintain a sense of like volume and all that stuff. Sammy weighs, don't think so. I don't know who that is. I usually draw at 300 DPI. Yeah, I don't think drawing from imagination is really something people should be aiming for, because it shouldn't be the goal, really. Ideally, drawing from imagination will just be something that you'll kind of start getting into naturally if you develop a sense that, hey, I have a pretty good understanding of all of these things that I'm drawing, that to draw guidelines feels a little bit counterproductive. And then you start getting into the space of like, okay, well, what happens if I don't draw the guidelines? And you'll realize, like, I know these things well enough that I can draw them without guidelines, and it's actually more interesting. It actually, there's a lot more happy accidents. I feel a lot more, just like in general, more intrigued by the act of drawing because I am, drawing in a new format, new way. And that can happen, and that's usually when I'd say, okay, yeah, maybe try drawing from imagination more often. But I feel like a lot of people get into drawing from imagination because they see like Kim Jong-gi do it, and they're like, oh, that has to be like the pinnacle of being a master at art. maybe. Most people know how to draw something from imagination because they've drawn it for so long. Any anime artist will be able to draw that one facial proportion that they always use for the face because they've just drawn that so many times that inevitably it'll become muscle memory for them. But there are other things that they don't draw as often, like perhaps, I don't know, clothes or environments or something that they'll need help with, and then that becomes an issue where they don't draw from imagination. Bubba, thank you for the host. Any tips on coming onto this platform? Other than like setting up technically, not particularly. I mean, if you really want to be making like good progress on with streaming and stuff, people really like consistent streams, and they like people that are kind of like maintaining a conversation. People really like to converse with the streamer. So I'd say if you're interested in streaming, try to set up all your stuff so that you have like a good quality stream. You kind of are prepared to have multiple scenes, like a starting screen, a screen for if you like are just talking to people, or a screen for specifically what you want to be doing. Like drawing for me, I have a screen specifically set for if I'm showing Photoshop or something. You know, make sure all of that is good quality. Your stream is at least 720p. And then set a schedule, do whatever feels comfortable for you. Don't overextend yourself, and then just start streaming. It takes a while to build an audience because a lot of people got into streaming recently. And even back when I started, it took me quite a few months to get to a point where I was like streaming regularly and people were regularly coming over and becoming regulars and stuff. Because ideally the thing that you want is to have a crowd of people that come every single time. And those are the people that are going to stick around. They're going to talk to you. They're going to keep it worth streaming. Make it worth doing. And the only way you're going to find those people is by, you know, showing people what kind of content you like making. Finding people who's, or allowing yourself to be available to people to find. So that people that enjoy your type of content are going to be able to, at some point, be able to visit your streams often and say hi. So don't overextend yourself. Have a good presentation. Have a decent schedule that you can maintain. And then otherwise, it's just a matter of luck and effort. Let's see. Photoshop auto fill lasso tool. So let me see if I can show this. Window capture. I want to show. Okay. So here is the site. I literally just looked up Photoshop autofill lasso tool, and it is this one. And what this is someone's custom script where if you use the lasso tool with this script turned on, it will autofill with whatever your foreground color is. And they have, you know, GIFs of them using it, and you can use, like, essentially you just make the shape by lasso tooling it, and then you can delete a shape by holding shift and re-lassoing stuff. So it's really convenient, especially if you're someone like me that doesn't like having to switch modes or switch tools to fill in a lasso shape or anything like that. Really good for silhouetting. I really like it. Here's the like, so they have like a download page and stuff like that. Here's how you download it. It's kind of finicky. You just keep trying and follow the instructions and you'll figure it out. This is only for Photoshop. And how it looks is, once you have it installed and everything like that, you'll open File, I think it's Scripts and then Scripts Event Manager. Yeah. You're going to enable it, and you can already see that I have, oh, wait, you can't see because I don't have a thing. Hold on. Can I show this one? Okay. So, let me scan. So I go into File, Scripts Event Manager. Once you have everything downloaded, and some of them are not necessary, this is the thing that you should see when you open it, if you have it downloaded correctly. You're going to enable events, and then when you lasso tool with the first option, not the second option, which auto adds to a selection, you just want the first option. So as you can see, when I'm making shapes, it auto fills the lasso tool, or autofills the shape, and then when I hold shift, I can delete it. This is great for when you're doing really quick silhouettes, because you don't have to think about, you know, anything else except, oh, I want to make nice shapes or whatever. Really nice, really convenient. Found that made silhouetting so much easier for me. So that's why I recommended it to people when they were doing the silhouette assignment. And I stand by it. It's fantastic. Love it to death. But yes. If you want something that doesn't need a good PC or monitor, then you should go with my best suggestion would be with an iPad. Much cheaper than having to do the two purchases, and you can utilize the screen for drawing, which a lot of people have said is much easier. But so far, no tablet really functions as a standalone, unless you look at like Microsoft stuff. But Microsoft tablet computers are not very good, so I would recommend getting an iPad. You can stream on an iPad, and in fact, I was looking into that, but for some reason it kept quitting on me, so I'm not going to do that until I figure out what it's doing. Yes, I do. I keep trying to remember what I said in my class, because a lot of the questions that people ask, I answered all of them, or most of them at least, in the Class 101 course. And I'm so much more eloquent in those scripts than when I'm trying to think off the top of my head. But improving line quality, part of it is just time. being comfortable with drawing is a really important aspect of line quality. But then also, I think I described like confidence in the thing that you're drawing. Speed in terms of being able to modulate when to draw a little bit faster, a little bit slower, when to take a little bit more care with your lines. Because if you draw super slow and you really like stagnate on your shapes, then you have a greater chance at having sloppier, kind of messy, kind of wobbly lines, unless that's the look you're going for. And there's another thing, but I forget. But yeah, basically, line quality is the result of your comfort with the act of drawing, your comfortability with the object that you're drawing, and the technique at which you're drawing it. Certain styles require you to draw at a slightly faster kind of like speed, so that you smooth out your details, smooth out your lines, increase the energy that you are conveying. Certain styles of line quality want you to really like be precise, or even just a little bit less precise with your lines, and that's actually what adds that charm to it. And how to practice all of those kind of depends on what manner of line quality are you looking for, what are you trying to accomplish with the line work that you want to do. If you are looking for just like super smooth, clean lines, that is often best accomplished with a sense of confidence with the thing that you're drawing, and that doesn't have to be like, I need to, know this to the level of someone who can draw this from imagination. You could just be very thorough in your sketching phase, so that once you get to the line work phase, you're not asking any more questions. It's just about executing it. It could be that you want the look of a, like, kind of like how a lot of Western, or not even Western, just like, well, yeah, Western animation studios have a very like smooth, quick, very high energy type of drawing style, and that kind of line quality is very much based in gesture work, and that, and a sense of accuracy through speed and stuff like that. And that's something you'd have to really work on through doing quick sketches, quick gesture studies, all that. So there's a lot of different ways to improve line quality depending on what kind of quality you're looking for. What do you use to stream and draw? I use OBS. And to draw, I use Photoshop. Most often. Oh, I guess I could change that in the About page. It's got a lot of specs. It's all computer stuff. It's computer guy stuff. I don't know what any of these things mean. But I could definitely ask for like a summary of it, and I'll be able to put it down there. It's a workhorse though. This computer, I'm pretty sure, was at least like $3,000, $4,000. Hi, Naisu. Camille, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. I will sometimes use Photoshop's in-program stabilizer, but that kind of got rid of the need for like lazy Nezumi. I try not to use stabilizers though, because they kind of increase the lag between my strokes my like line strokes and my pen, and I am particularly sensitive to when my ability to draw is being hindered by something. Lag, slight offsetted calibration, like all those things I'm very aware of because I'm a brat. So, you know, I can't stand it. Hey, Sky. Probably 10 until 10, and then we'll see how I feel. So it'll go slightly longer than last week. Yes, I really should take more breaks, huh? I always feel bad because I'm like, oh, there's nothing happening on screen. Oh no. But it's not like watching me draw is any more exciting than like watching. I mean, I drew that one picture last. What was it? The last drawing I did last Friday took me 2 hours to do that one thing. Oof. Oof. Can't imagine watching someone draw something for 2 hours. What a snail's pace. I wish I could add the confidence to be like those Just Chatting streamers where it's literally just like a screen. Although I guess that's what VTubers are for. They have like something dancing on the screen, but I wish I could have the confidence of someone who's just like, yeah, just listen to me talk and that's why you're here. I'm very much like, oh no, there's nothing on screen. What should I do? I did last Friday. So you're thinking, I think the Monday stream that I did? Was that this week? Did I stream on Monday this week? Oh my god, that was this week? Oh no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't remember that. At all. Oh god, the question's leaving. How long have you been drawing? I see you know your way around drawing without preliminary sketch. I've been drawing for 20 years? I did decide it 10 seconds ago, and I have no memory of that choice or decision at all. Maybe that stream cursed me, because this entire week I've had a pretty terrible sleep schedule, and it all started with that stream. I did go way past my bedtime. Yes. My coworker is very, very happy to hear that you guys liked the design though that she made of the half orc rogue character. She's very happy when she heard that. So, how did you decide what pose you plan to illustrate for your drawings? I feel like I had a hard time deciding on what pose to draw, or it just ends up looking like an awkward pose. So it's kind of like a multi-stage process because I don't normally start a drawing with any like a like singular idea. I'm usually mildly certain of a couple things, like, oh, is this gonna be reclining, or is it gonna be a standing, or is it gonna be like a floating action pose or something like that. I like there are a couple things that I know, or unless someone like requests something specific, like, hey, can this person be holding the other person or something like that, then I'm like, okay, what poses do I know that would give the one the right atmosphere, but then two, you know, have like a nice rhythm to it and stuff. And I have a sort of a catalog of those in my head that I can kind of just sift through for ideas. And I start the drawing either with a very basic idea or absolutely no idea at all. Sometimes I'll just have a flash of like, oh, it'd be cool to have her looking up as opposed to looking left or right, and so I'll draw the face looking up, and then it's like, okay, so what do I do with the rest of her body then? And then sometimes I'll just wing it, like I've kind of done with this character. I knew I wanted her face to look up, but I decided that like 3 seconds before I started drawing her face. And it was a spontaneous decision, and I don't mind the spontaneous decision because it was like, I just need to draw a face at a different angle, and whatever face I drew, I knew I could come up with a body pose for it. It wasn't going to change too much. So, you know, then there's that. And then it became, okay, what do I do with her hands? What is a cute pose for someone of this character type, which is a very, like, cute character? It's like, oh, okay, well, then maybe she can be holding her hands. What if she's holding something in her hands? I don't know. And so then I started drawing her arms like this, and then it evolved into just her having her hands together. What am I going to do for the bottom half of the body? I have no idea, but I'll figure it out. And that's kind of how I craft poses typically. Very rarely do I have like a solid idea of what I want to do from the beginning, because half of the reason why I draw from imagination is because I'm usually making up most of these things on the fly, and I'm trying to problem solve. This doesn't always work out. Sometimes it looks awful, but it doesn't matter because I'm stubborn and I want to draw this way, so I'm gonna draw this way. And people always yell at me, they're like, just use reference. It's like, no. You don't understand. This is fun. Okay? I'm having fun. Yeah. So very, very up in the air. Undecided until it does get decided. Usually by the end, where it's like, well, I guess we're a little too far gone to not have this be the choice I make. So. Drawn Up, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. I am glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. If you were starting right now from scratch into studying art, what would you do? Would you get into a course of fundamentals, basics of drawing? I I would just be drawing for fun. If I had just gotten into drawing, like, here's the thing, right? It's so much harder to get into something when you're a lot older, because you know what it's like to fail, and you've already learned how much it hurts to fail. So you are super anxious to not do that. And so a lot of people, when they get into art and they're older, they have this preconceived notion that in order to do it well, you got to do it right. Which is fair. That's not like a wrong notion. But the thing is like, the only reason why I'm still drawing is because there's a point in my life where I managed to learn how to like drawing and how to love drawing and to actually enjoy it before I got too deep into all of this, like, actual, you know, the worst part of it, which is like the self-loathing, the art depression, the art block, the imposter syndrome, all that, because I had that, and I had it during a time when I didn't enjoy art very much, but I managed to kind of decide for myself, like, well, I don't really have a way out of it, so I'm gonna have to learn to love art, or I mean, there wasn't an or, it was just, I'm gonna have to learn to love it, and I did. I eventually did, but I started drawing because I liked it a lot, and I don't think I would want to start any other way. Because for all the you know, nice courses on fundamental stuff, which I think there are a lot more of now, so people have a lot of really good resources now than they would have back when I was learning online. So, you know, you have access to a lot more information now, but things that people can't teach you, they can't teach you to actually want to stick around. They can't teach you to actually want to do art long term, and they can't teach you how to get over or even heal from a lot of the worst parts about getting into art, which is the super emotional, psychological side of it. If I were to start from scratch again, I don't think I'd want to go any other way than the way that I did, which was enjoy art for a little bit, and then slowly start to suffer through it, and then come to the realization that I didn't have to suffer through it, that I could enjoy it, that I could learn to appreciate, like, the studies that I was doing, and the work that I was putting into it, and the stuff that's not necessarily quote-unquote fun, because I wasn't drawing my, like, anime OC or anything. I could learn to start to love those things a little bit more as I got older. But when I was younger, like, that stuff was not going to be fun to me, no matter how you spun it. Because it was like, well, this doesn't look like Naruto, so why am I going to like drawing studies of something? Why am I going to like figure drawing? This doesn't look like my anime OC. Like, because that's what was fun to me at the time. And I don't think me, when I was starting out, learning to do everything the right way by getting into a class, learning fundamentals, that might work for other people. It would not have worked for me when I was a kid. And I'd like to think that at the core of it, the reason why I'm still doing art is because I genuinely enjoy the process of drawing. I genuinely enjoy everything about this, and I wouldn't have been able to experience that had I not actually, you know, enjoyed doing it for a while. So I'd hope that if I were to start again from scratch, that I would be able to have the opportunity to just enjoy drawing for a while, because I would want to go about it the right way, and the right way to me is developing a love and an excitement for art that, regardless of what you go through, does not change, because you for yourself know exactly why you're doing it in the first place. And I need to have that known, to have that understood by me, and that's, in my opinion, the right way to go about it. But that being said, I had the liberty of getting into art when I was like 2. So I had absolutely no idea. The concept of shame and mistakes and embarrassment and humiliation and failure, none of those things became apparent to me until I was like 7. That's when everything started to go downhill. So I'd say it'd be much harder for me to start doing art now than it would have been, or it was when I was really young. Because you don't learn that failure is shameful to the society at large until you're a little bit older. And then from that point on, it's really hard to shake the feeling of like, I really don't want to fail at this thing that I want to make a passion, but at the same time, like, I really don't want to fail at doing this. I don't want to go through the awkward moment of not feeling confident in it. I don't like feeling like I'm making mistakes all the time, that I don't feel that this thing that I'm really passionate about doesn't add to my self-worth. It's like, that's so much more complicated when you're older than when you're 5. Would I have liked doing art? Would I have made it through if I started later on? I don't know. I really don't. It would have really had to depend on where I was mentally at the time that I started. I'd like to think that at the end of all different variants of me, the end of all timelines, I do end up coming back to art, because I feel like there is something intrinsic to the way that I see the world that is very much tied to art. But who knows? Different timeline me might have given up a long time ago. What is imposter syndrome? Imposter syndrome is the feeling that you either don't belong in a space, or feel really inadequate to the people around you. And it's fueled by a general sense of inadequacy. You feel like you don't deserve the things that you have. You feel like you don't deserve the praise that people give you, and you feel like you don't deserve to be in the same space as certain people because they appear to be so much more knowledgeable, so much more intelligent, so much more deserving of being in that space. And so it's a sense that you are an imposter in that area, in that field, in that space. Very common, especially in like professional places where you have a bunch of people together, where you can start like basically comparing yourselves to a bunch of other people, and you're like, oh, well, this person has so many more skills than I do. I feel like I don't deserve to be here with the rest of them, you know? That's what imposter syndrome is. Takes form in a lot of different ways, a lot of different reasons to have imposter syndrome, but ultimately it's a feeling of inadequacy. Are you ever going to consider making a comic or webtoon? I would love to make a comic or a webtoon. I am really bad at writing stories, though. So, how have you recovered and changed the mindset to love art again? It's hard to say. I too have had to come to terms with this in the past, like, couple months to a year. I feel like 2020 has been a fantastic year for me to basically tear myself down and build myself back up. I'd say that I have a very special situation in the fact that I don't really have any other option than art. There are no other paths in life for me, and as, I don't know, sad as it might be to other people, I'm pretty content with that, and I feel very fortunate that that's the case. Ink and Liar, thank you for the raid. I hope your stream went well. What was I saying? Yes, I feel very fortunate the fact that I don't have many other options, because that means that I don't really have the option to not do art as a career, as a life thing. And that kind of helps me with the conversation of like, oh, how do I enjoy this? I have to find what made it enjoyable for me in the first place. And it's not a feeling that I can really put to words. It's not something that I can really describe to other people. It's a gut feeling that at the end of the day, I would not be satisfied doing anything else. I would not be able to feel the same amount of happiness doing anything else, because nothing else in my life has ever given me the same amount of satisfaction and happiness as art has. So obviously there's something there. For the past couple months, years, I have been trying to come to terms with what I want to do with my life beyond a career. Because when you're a student, a lot of people spend a lot of time talking about the next 5 to 10 years, because that's, what school is trying to prepare you for. They're talking about your career, your job, your whatever. I was trying to answer the question of what I wanted to do for the rest of my life. And again, it doesn't have anything to do with other people. It has surprisingly very little to do with my career as an artist. It has very much more to do with, at the end of the day, what would make me satisfied for having lived the life that I had. And I think that, and again, this is coming from someone who is, like, not not old enough to decide how 50, 60, 70-year-old me is going to feel. But as I am right now, in my 20s, I feel like I will be the most satisfied with my life if I give myself the tools to explore art in the way that I want to, whenever I want to, however I want to, outside the boundaries of style, of media, of what I do for a job. And again, a very indescribable goal. I can't really convey to you or anyone what that means for me. But being able to decide that for myself, and being able to come to an understanding about this very, like, guttural feeling I've had for a really long time, and being able to understand, like, that's it. That's the thing that I want to do. Nothing special, nothing big, nothing fantastic. I don't want to leave a mark on this world. I don't really care about how my art interacts with the world at large, because what actually matters to me is how my art changes this tiny world, this microcosm I have with myself. And that realization, that truth, basically, of that's kind of why it's cool to me. It's not because art can tell stories. It's not because, art has this magical way of communicating with people. I don't really care about how art touches other people. All that really matters is my personal conversation with the work that I do, and that could just be the stories that I tell to myself, the ways that I express art to myself, and that's enough for me to feel like I am being authentic in the way that I am communicating with art, in the way that I am engaging with it. And that honesty is something I haven't really been able to tackle or understand in any meaningful way. Because over the years, I've been so obsessed with being a part of a community, being attached to an online space, being around, like, society at large, and trying to be, like, an artist online. Like, as a teenager, that was all that mattered to me. And so this idea of making art for my sake was not something I was very familiar with, although I knew it was what I'd have to eventually do at some point. But to actually take the time to reclaim that privacy, to make art without ever having the intention to show people, and to have the agency to say I don't want to share this with anyone, that was new, and that was pretty life-changing. And I think it helped me answer the question of, like, what does it mean for me to actually enjoy making art? Long story short, there is no concrete reason. There's just a very guttural feeling that I have, that I know in my heart of hearts that the most authentic way for me to create art is on my own, by myself, with no one else's input and no one else's opinions, dreams, or goals saturating my vision for what I want to do. It's a very isolating realization, and it doesn't lend well to having a conversation like this, because I don't have a very clean-cut answer for why I enjoy doing art. All I know is that it's such an integral part to who I am, that to not do art is the same as, like, I don't know, it's the same as just denying myself the right to be happy, because it is, again, the only thing I've ever done in my life that has actually given me the same amount of happiness. No person has ever done that for me. No event has ever done that for me. I don't do that for me, but art does that for me. In the rare moments that it's actually good, because art really sucks sometimes. This is a pretty mercurial thing to be passionate about. But in the moments that it's actually, like, going well for me, my life's great being an artist. And I really like it. So, what changed? I think I just learned a little bit more about myself than I knew before. I think that realization, that truth, changed how I saw the potential for what I could do in the future, and it reminded me of why I started drawing art, or why I started drawing in the first place, really. I did it for myself. I was just a little kid in my room drawing art that no one will ever see. And that's the imprint that experience made on me. So, yes. I don't know if there's an answer in that long-winded thing, but there you go. Ambuino, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Did you use one brush size for this piece, and do you usually? I don't. I mean, I've been subtly changing it, but not by much. So I guess I do only use one brush size for when I do lines. I try to do a brush size that, like, has enough space for me to put down heavy lines, but I can also easily control it. Because if it's, like, super big, you know, I can't easily control the quality of it, so I generally keep it as consistent as I can. Not for any, like, real reason, I just do. Have you ever had to deal with hand or wrist pain from drawing? Yes. I had carpal tunnel and tendonitis at one point in my life. Occasionally I'll have flare-ups in my wrist and my elbow, but I've been able to so far deal with that myself. Did you have this perspective soon on your work, or was it something that built later over time? I have been drawing for a very long time. I've been drawing for like 20 years. And I've only really started to have this mindset now, being the age that I am, in the time of my life that I'm at, with the history that I've had with art. So you can have this realization of a similar sense like 4 years into taking art seriously. You could have it 50 years into taking art seriously. You can have it the same year you started taking art seriously. I think the fact that I've been basically growing up with art meant that for me to make these understandings and these new realizations, I had to literally also grow older and mature as a person. I don't think I could have this kind of conversation with myself if I was any younger, if I was in any other position in my life, if I was feeling any other way, obsessed with any other thing. Like when I was in high school, I was like a normal high schooler. Like I liked things. I liked being a part of fandoms. I was a part of Tumblr and all that stuff. Like I was in pop culture quite frequently, quite heavily, and that's the peak of when I was on social media, making art, doing all this like online creator stuff. Because I needed it at the time. I was a high schooler. But, you know, had kind of a weird crisis in 2017, right before I went to college. And as soon as I went to college in like 2018, No, 2017, and then 2018 I went to the college I would officially go to, quote unquote. That's when I started having, you know, deeper thoughts on like all of this stuff, because I'd already gone through kind of a pretty traumatic year of my life. So I was ready to start thinking about it in a different way. I was ready to start thinking about my life in a little bit of a different kind of framing. So I need certain experiences to kind of shock me into changing how I think. And you know, as I grow older and I mature as a person, these thoughts change, these things change. Last year I was not really thinking about this problem at hand, because I really didn't need to. I was going to college, I was doing homework, and then suddenly I was starting to feel like, from a professional standpoint, going to college wasn't helping me anymore, and I was just kind of doing homework to get homework done. Felt like a waste of money. That was the biggest thing in my life that I was currently struggling through. So the biggest decision I made last year was choosing to kind of just take the plunge and leave school. That was the big decision I had to make. I was not in a position to really be thinking about like, oh, what do I want to do when I die? Like, what do I want to do before I die? I was very concerned about like, I need a job, right? But now I'm working, things have kind of settled down, I have a little bit more time to think about this kind of stuff. I've had to think about this, I've only been thinking about this for like the past couple of months. And every time I think about it, something new kind of pops up. So definitely not something I think I would have been able to, a conversation I would have been able to have last year, even at the beginning of this year, perhaps. Just the level of maturity is not there yet. Cappuccino, thank you for the Twitch Prime sub for 6 months. Yay, thank you. 5-minute break. Maybe I will. I will get up and stretch. I will do so. Did my music stop? No, it didn't. I'm glad you're having a good time with it, Echo. Thank you for taking it. Oi. Oi. Peach, can I pet you? Peach. I wish I could have a Peach cam. Maybe if I ever move to a bigger place and I actually have like not my bedroom and Peach chooses to sleep in a very specific part of the house or part of the room, I can have a Peach cam. But until then, you are stuck with the metaphysical understanding of Peach. Have I told you guys about Peach's D&D character? Don, thank you for telling me to hydrate because I really need it. So she has a couple different things going, right? Peach has a D&D character thing, right? But then she also has like a just day-to-day headcanon, and her day-to-day headcanon is in a very similar vein, where she we joke that because her eyes are so big and bulbous, we always joke that she's actually this little voidling from hell, and she's on a covert mission to research humans, and she's trapped. She can't get back to hell, and she can't communicate. So she's always just completely freaked out because she's just like, any moment now the meat sacks will will find out my mission or something like that. And her D&D character is very much based off the same concept, where Peach is actually an all-powerful warlock. Peach is a super powerful like sorcerer type, warlock type, person. Cat. She's still a cat, but she's just a warlock. And there was a point where, and there are two different iterations of this, but there's a point where she had to seal a great, like, demon or something like that, in her. And the only way she could do it is by sealing it into her body and then destroying her intelligence, because it would only be bad news bears if such a massive entity of evil, chaotic energies could control a mind of a great warlock, right? So so what ends up happening is that Peach is a stupid cat where Peach, like, and we base this off the fact that Peach's eyes are just so big that she looks thoughtless, right? She doesn't have any thought, no intent. And that is the result of her sacrificing her intelligence to maintain a binding contract on this demon, essentially. And then I come along, I'm just like, oh look, fat cat, and I just pick her up. And I'm like a super mediocre warlock or sorcerer or something like that. And I'm not great at what I do. But because I have two powerful beings in my possession, I somehow manage to be like a little bit more powerful, like a little bit more augmented. And I'm like, oh, that's crazy. I'm actually pretty good at this whole warlock thing. Turns out I have two fucking amazing magical items in my possession, is how that happens. Or same idea. Peach is actually an all-powerful warlock, but has long since lost sentience, essentially. And I make a pact with a patron, and instead of going into me, the patron goes into my cat. So, in all of these iterations, right? Peach's whole superpower is that she is incredibly dumb, incredibly thoughtless, and that's what makes her super powerful. And that is our character for Peach, which, if I do say so myself, pretty spectacular. Peach, of course, is mortified that I have managed to suss out this part of her story. I'm sure she is quaking in her peats. But, yeah, anyways. It's been me and Gary's favorite joke. Like, we'll just sometimes narrate what we think is going through her head as she's just doing nothing. She's, sitting in her box or something. And we're, narrating what she's trying to send back to her, her demonic overlords. As we're watching her just, sit or take a nap. We like to talk about how the only time Peach, the cat, is actually taking back the body is when she's getting food or when she's eating. So, this demonic character is always narrating and always talking, always having opinions. But as soon as Peach sees food, immediately the cat comes back. So, very food motivated cat having this dialogue of just I will... These meat sacks don't understand, and then immediate thoughts are just interrupted by food. Mount food. And so that's what I think every single time I feed Peach is I'm disrupting this little voidling's life's mission, essentially. It makes watching Peach do anything so much funnier. And that, yeah, so there you go. No thoughts, only food. Exactly. Exactly. You guys get it. Dude, I love Peach. No joke, she's like the best thing that's happened to me in the past like year or so. Or like in 2021, because I got her in like January, I think. January, like end of January, end of February, I forget. I think end of February actually. Yeah, no, she's definitely been like the best thing that's happened to me, this year. I love Peach. She is a criminal, but I do love her very much. I am talking about my D&D character, and my cat is a part of... well, no. This character belongs to Peach. Let's be real. But she is intrinsically tied to my character. Let's be real. I'm also happy I got a cat. I love Peach so much. Reminds me of the Cosmonaut tabletop show I have to take care of and eventually banish a demon, transform into a cat, speaks in a whiny voice, have big cat, use my vibes. Yeah, I would love to eventually bring Peach to life. Additionally, I had a fantastic idea, and I'm very sad I was not allowed to do this for the D&D session I'm currently a part of. But just let's all have like a moment of just envisioning how cool, how sick is the idea of a warlock with a gun. Now hear me out. Hear me out. Warlock with a gun. Right? A sick concept, if I do say so myself. I keep trying to push this on everyone. I'm just like, look at how cool is this? I desperately want to play a warlock with a gun. And actually that's the whole tweet. Like that's it. That's really it. I just That's the whole tweet, really, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, bullets guided by the divine. Your patron saint promises you a sharpshooter type ability. It's kind of cool. I'm just saying, it's kind of cool. Anyways. Was it here that was pointed out that Eldritch Blast becomes a lot cooler if it's in the form of a pistol? I don't know if it's here, but I would 100% agree with that sentiment. Oh my god. I'm sure it's so much cooler with a pistol. And this is coming from someone who doesn't really like guns. Like, I don't really like guns. I just think the idea of, like, a mage with a gun is kind of cool. Because, like, I was reading the description for warlocks, and it was, like, simple weapons. I could wield a simple weapon. And under no circumstances did anyone say that gun was not a simple weapon. So I was kind of like, dude, what if? What if? You know? You could do, like, exploding bullets, like Eldritch Blast. As soon as it hits its target, it explodes. I'm sure that would have a really interesting area of effect, kind of. Like, it would have spread damage or something like that. It'd be kind of cool. Au contraire, a gun could just be magic. I have yet to see a mage with a chainsaw. And if no one else is gonna do it, then I will. Combined. Okay. What? I need to show you this video. Okay. Harry Potter with guns? Wait, hold on. We need to all watch this together. I'm sorry, hold on. What? Okay, hold. We need to watch this together. Where's my chibi? Where is he? Why is my chibi not displaying? Okay, well, whatever. We're gonna watch this all together. And I'm gonna stop the music so that we can watch this together. Oh god! Oh my god. Actually, Harry Potter would have been so much faster if you just shot everyone. Oh god. This video's kind of long. Oh, everyone is replaced. Oh! It's just bullets. I can't believe it's just bullets. Whoops. Is this American Harry Potter? 100%. Did that... Did Ollivander just have, like, painted nails? I love how the gun's, like, moving, because it's... Oh god! Oh my god! You just, yeah, we just like shoot.
I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks.
Wow, they're so young. Wow. Yeah, that honestly would have just ended, like, Hermione Granger would have just murdered Harry Potter. That would have just been it. Hey, Cherry. We're watching a truly horrific video. Just keep shooting it. The bullets that are just like flying.
Hurry up! Swish and flick. Wingardium Leviosa.
Oh my! Oh wow, that was kind of graphic.
You're out again, aren't you? Now, Neville, listen. No, I won't let you. You'll get Gryffindor into trouble again. I'll fight you. Neville, I'm really.
Me too, Neville. Neville.
Scary sometimes. You know that.
That like changes the line that Ron's saying entirely.
Sulk in the sun, that's it! Devil Snare hates sunlight.
Spoilers for like the entirety of the first movie, by the way, if you haven't seen Harry Potter. Yeah, back when video game renders were just like 2D images.
All I ask is for something in return.
Yeah, we'll get back to the art in a minute. I'm very intrigued by how this progresses. That's actually actually not a terrible, like, if you don't look at it too closely, you could kind of believe that was in the scene. Despite the whole, like, jitteriness of it, you know. Ah, yes, the I mean, people still are like, spoilers for, I don't know, whatever. Poor Slytherin, dude. Oh god. Just like all the students just like shooting their guns in the air. Oh, that's a lot. Anyways, thank you for watching that with me. Poor Slytherin. I mean, Slytherin had the unfortunate circumstance of just being like, oh, where did my chibi go? Has my chibi been gone this entire time? There we go. She's back. Pirates of the Caribbean with lightsabers? That's a little bit more understandable. I feel like that's not a big jump from swords. That's not what I wanted. Where is the page? They didn't say which one they wanted me to draw, so hold as I view. Get up and stretch. I will definitely do that. Wizards with guns. No, I must say I have never had the pleasure of knowing what that is. Ooh, a sniper? Warlock actually sounds pretty cool. really appreciate it, Cherry. Thank you for sticking around. How did you practice drawing stylized hair? So stylized hair is essentially, looking at hair as if it was chunks and using those like chunks of hair to mold and shape the silhouette of the head. So I don't draw specific strands unless it's to add to the shape of the head itself. But generally, when you're drawing hair, there are only a few things you really need to keep in mind. One, that hair radiates, like it has to connect somewhere onto the scalp, and it usually connects from the hair, the like hairline, the middle part or whatever, from the part outward from the scalp, and then it reacts to gravity in whatever way. So hair, when it's like put together and simplified into these big chunks of hair, as long as you make sure that everything is kind of radiating from a very similar spot, either from like the middle part or from a side part or something like that, that everything seems to be correlating with gravity and stuff, you generally have pretty free range of how the hair goes. Obviously it can't go super high away from the scalp, or it'll look like your head has an extra, couple inches above, and it can very drastically change the way that your character is perceived depending on how you draw the hair. But it's a way for you to take these big shapes and accentuate the design of the character using basically the grooming, the way that you groom the character's hairstyle. How you group these shapes, the nature of like the angles, the curves, and all that stuff will change the texture of the hair. And then the degree of detail you put into it will also change the texture of the hair. So it's good to look at how other artists have depicted hair, how you interpret what that hairstyle, that analog for that hairstyle is in the real world. And then deciding, all of these, learning all of these techniques for describing hair, then choosing when you want to utilize them when you're drawing specific characters. I don't color any of the commissions. This is Photoshop. I guess I do color the chibis in there. There is actually, I forget. There was actually a tier where I do color the commissions, but not very many people got those. And it's specifically only headshots, I think. I am currently 23. These are Halluuween's OCs. Every character I've been drawing has either belonged to someone else or been requested by someone else. Most often, all of these are OCs, though. Do you have a character design out there that you think about from time to time because it's just that good? I think a lot about, recently I've been thinking a lot about the characters from Bomb Rush Cyberpunk and Lethal League by Team Reptile. Either that or characters from Guilty Gear. I think about them a lot. They're just so nice. They're so tasty. It's like the silhouette's just so exaggerated and it's so fun. The colors are so fun. It's just like you look at it and you're like, man, this is like pure unadulterated expression. Is how it feels to look at those things. And that's a very hard thing to accomplish. So I think about them from time to time. What's the latest anime you've seen? Sort of unwillingly, I saw the Demon Slayer movie, but that wasn't because I wanted to see it. I don't know. I did not think it was like all that good. But I also do not watch the Demon Slayer anime. I read the manga, so to me at least, I'm comparing it to the version of the anime that I saw in my head, or of the version of the you know, the animated version of the show in my head that I have. And I like, again, they took a couple chapters and turned it into a movie. I'd say their effort is commendable regardless, and like the effects look great, the fight scenes are really cool. I thought it was okay. But yeah, definitely not something that I would write home about, really. Favorite show animation? The original Little Witch Academia movie that they released. Gorgeous. Mwah. Have you read Red Hood manga? Red Hood. No. I've not. Yes, the original Little Witch Academia movie is the one that made Little Witch Academia, or put Little Witch Academia on the map. And then they released another movie called something Parade. And that one was okay. And then they released the show. And the show was okay. But the original movie was beautifully made, because Yoshinari was the animation director, and a bunch of super promising talent were the people that helped make it, and it was just a super small production for like an animation grant, and I thought it was beautiful. Is there actually an anime for that? I didn't think there was an anime for Witch Hat Atelier. Am I okay? Oh, I'm breathing into the mic. Yes, I'm fine. Whenever I talk a lot, my nose gets kind of congested, and so then I start breathing through my mouth. I need to get away from my mic. My mic's also really sensitive, so if I get even a little bit close, then you can hear it. A Bride's Story, is that what it's called? Or Otoyo Monogatari and Witch Hat Atelier, hands down some of the best art I've ever seen for a manga. Definitely. I am tentative to know how an anime would do it justice. I kind of don't want to see it because I feel like it wouldn't. But it's okay. Any anime or manga you've been watching or reading recently? I've been reading a lot of webtoons. I also hydrated and got up because I needed to. I've been reading a lot of webtoons. I actually did pick up Wait Where the Shooting Star Falls. It's also very pretty. I've been reading a lot of Omniscient Reader. And again, I will read all of the trashy, like, I'm a villainess reincarnated into a fantasy world, because for some reason I have like a weird kind of taste for like super, I mean, there has to be something that's okay, right? Either the story has to be interesting, the premise has to be interesting, the pacing has to be good, the art has to be good. One of those things has to be good for me to actually read it. But I've been reading a lot of those as well. Omniscient Reader, yeah. I've been reading a lot of Omniscient Reader because for suddenly, thank God, solo leveling has been really making me angry recently. So thank God Omniscient Reader has been doing everything right that solo leveling gets wrong for me. But yeah. Hamitsu Flag, I have not heard of that actually. It's almost kind of not worth. I've been keeping up because, well, I just caught up basically, but it's almost kind of not worth. It's just Solo Leveling has kind of written itself into a little bit of a pickle, where they didn't set up all of the other characters well enough for anything else to be that interesting, and Jinwoo is just kind of too powerful. Like, I didn't really realize why it bothered me so much, but a way that you make a character, and I learned this from Brandon Sanderson because I've been watching his videos on writing science fiction and fantasy. Something that you do to make a character feel cool and badass is creating side characters that you show are really cool and capable and badass, and then have the main character beat them up. So like, you have a cast of characters that are capable, that are interesting, that are super cool, and then you have the main character show the reader that, like, oh, the main character's cooler than them, or, you know, whatever. That's how you build up someone's, like, power level, right? Solo Leveling has kind of just gotten into a point where no one is capable except for Jinwoo. Like, and I'm not gonna spoil anything, but it's just like, no one else in the, like, it's not even that Jinwoo is OP, it's just that at no point in the story can anyone else do anything else. Like even in gates and stuff, like even in classic normal level dungeons, all of the characters are just like, we're not powerful enough for this. Like, they don't show them being competent at doing the job. So like, this status quo world that has been established, at the same time, it seems like not even the guild masters or national level heroes are able just to do their job, because there's not enough time spent setting a baseline for any of these characters. And like, the first half of Solo Leveling does a fantastic job because Jinwoo has so much more to accomplish in his story that there's a way for him to be able to like foil between characters that are super accomplished and then characters that you know, have degrees in difference in level. So like, you can show off these characters and they're super cool, and you see Jinwoo and he's trying his best to like get better. They just didn't spend enough time making any of the other side characters feel like they're capable enough to also fight, and so it just kind of felt a little bit like Jinwoo's the only capable one in this entire world. No one else is strong enough to, you know, fight in the same world as him. I don't know. That's just kind of how Solo Leveling has felt recently, and I've been trying to keep up with the recent chapters, and yeah, he's starting to struggle a little bit, but like, what is he gonna learn at the end of this? Like, he's already gotten to a point where none of the other hunters can match up, so it's not like we're gonna get a point where he's gonna be able to say, oh, it turns out that, you know, you have to, like, friends are important, comrades are important, you have to do this as a team. Because so far, no one else is strong enough to fight on the same level as Jinwoo. And, like, you know, I have faith. Like, I really want to believe in Solo Leveling, because I think it could possibly make a comeback and step away from what Dragon Ball Z became, where it's like the stakes just got so high. How do you possibly write a character out of this? They're so powerful. Jinwoo's not that far away, to kind of make, because I think it'd be really cool, you know, if like at one point in the story maybe Jinwoo loses access to his abilities and he has to like start from another version of himself or something like that, and he has to actually like learn to work with other people, accept help or something. But as Solo Leveling is right now, and it's just really sad because it's a really cool premise, there's just no way for Jinwoo as a character well, here's the thing, right? Yes, being powerful in a story is cool and all of that. That is a point in the story, but where do you go from there? How do you build off of, oh, he's so powerful that everyone around him looks helpless? What is the ending for a character like that? Is he just powerful till the end of time? Like, nothing can stop him? He's just it? Like, that's it? It doesn't feel like Solo Leveling's anywhere near to being done. Ideally, that should be the end of the story is when he reaches his max level. But, and the thing with Saitama though, and I would say a lot of people say Saitama doesn't have like a really good like story element to him. I feel like Saitama actually has an interesting thought about that, where like he actually is frustrated with the idea of being powerful, and like that bothers him and it affects his like psychological state. And it's interesting that adds a twist, because he's not just powerful and that's it. He's powerful and it bothers him, and he's always trying to find reasons and ways to just like be more than that. I don't know. I have faith for soul leveling. I want soul leveling to still be good. But just recently I've kind of been like, okay, I get it, Jinwoo, you're really powerful and strong. Ooh. Which is why I'm reading Omniscient Reader, because it's been a very refreshing take on an anti-hero character that isn't an asshole just to be like a subversive asshole. He's that way because he's like, he obviously has a quirk about him that gives him a leg up. That's why he's the main protagonist. But at the same time, at any point in time, he could die. And I like that about him. I will say another spin to this that really irritated me, or just kind of made me sad. I read another story called Kill the Hero, and it's another webtoon of the same type, and it takes a lot of things from solo leveling, kind of a little bit too on the nose. But I read it originally because I like the trope. I really do. I like the trope of underdog gets amazing power, knows all the secrets, and he's playing it smart, that kind of a thing. But Kill the Hero does something very sad where the character is just kind of like smug all the time, because he's just like he does that like smirk, and he's just like, I'm badass, and that's because I know things, and it's just like there's no challenge. He just knows what to do, because he's like already, you know, better, because he has all this knowledge, and they don't try to challenge him really all that much. I think I did start reading Suicide Class Hunter. I think I did. I don't remember if I finished it or not. Chojin X, I have not heard of that actually. I've always wondered, what is the reality of concept artists holding back designs they really like while working on other projects that aren't their own? So I can't really speak to that, because people don't really talk about designs that they hold back. But it is something that I've heard people tell me, like, hey, if you want to work in concept, there's gonna be a time, and this is a reality I'm realizing too, just working, that like, you're gonna have a lot of ideas that you're interested in, and 90% of the time that's not gonna be the idea that's feasible, that's logistical for production, that fits the game or project that you're working on, and you're just gonna have to scrap it. But because you introduced that idea in that atmosphere, in a setting where you are where the work that you make is contractually owned by the company, in terms of a legal standpoint, you can't take that idea out anywhere. You could subtly you could change it and you know, take it and whatever. That gets into a whole form of like creative integrity and stuff like that. But if you have a cool idea, a lot of concept artists will say like, hey, just keep a bunch of those really cool ideas to yourself, and like save them for anything where you can do them justice, and not leave it to the mercy of a bunch of other people. Because the thing with concept art is that if you're doing concept for anything, inevitably you're probably working with a ton of people. And that could be anyone from executives to producers to art directors and modelers and stuff like that. And each one of those people is going to subtly change the integrity of your design, the authenticity of your design. It's going to change it from the vision you originally had intended. And every interpretation is going to get further and further away from what you wanted. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, it just is a thing. And so if you have designs or characters that you really want to keep to yourself, then just don't offer that as like something that you can, or something that people can like mess with. And that's kind of why people say, you know, keep your favorite designs to yourself. This doesn't mean, you know, don't ever offer your best designs to anyone, because then why are they hiring you? But knowing when an idea is kind of worth keeping to yourself, and when an idea is like, yeah, this is a cool idea, but not one I want to die on a hill keeping, you know, then, you know, share those ideas, have them be out there, because sometimes you might just hit gold and people are like, this is perfect, don't change it, you know. But truth of the matter is, very often as a concept artist, you are not working on things that you are actually very like super or at least the ideas that you give them will not always stay the same, and that is not something you can control. Sometimes you just have to keep moving, and an idea that you had originally that was really cool to you starts to be worked on and refined and edited, and by the end of it you don't even recognize the idea. It just happens. What webtoon art styles do I like? I don't know. It just has, like, it has to be nice to look at. I will sometimes be willing to look at slightly not as nice art, not as high quality art, if I think the premise is interesting. But I mainly read things for the art, which is why I don't watch anime very often, because I kind of like being able to see a very nicely drawn image, as opposed to a lot of TV shows which are made kind of under duress. So that's why I read manga, that's why I read webtoons. I do like the styles of a lot of those, like villainous webtoons are often made in a very like overly beautiful style, and sometimes I'm into it, sometimes I'm not. I'd say Solo Leveling and Omniscient Reader have had some relatively good art that I'm pretty into. I can't say I can think of one where I'm like, this art is just the best just yet. But maybe at some point. I have read Cheese in the Trap. I have not seen Invincible. My partner Gary did, and he loved it, so. Have not read Kiss It Goodbye. Ooh, Unholy Blood is great. I love Unholy Blood. I do like it a lot. I completely forgot about it. It's the whole reason why I have the Webtoon app, is just to read Unholy Blood. Yes, that is the vampire one. It actually made me like vampires. I don't like thematically like vampires very much. It is a little graphic, that's for sure. Hardcore Leveling Warrior, I think I did at one point and then I stopped. I'd say Soul Leveling, Omniscient Reader. Oh, is Omniscient Reader on Webtoon? I forget. What is on Webtoon? Unholy Blood's really good if you like kind of the darker, gory stuff. I'm sorry. I don't know what about vampires I never liked, but they're just kind of weird. Soul Leveling is not okay. Soul Leveling is on Tapas, I think. Unholy Blood is great. Omniscient Reader is great. The author of Cheese in the Trap started a new one called After School Lessons for Unripe Apples, and it has really cute art. I really like it. It's kind of a slice of life, though. And I don't really read anything else on Webtoon, actually. Everything else is, like, okay. Devil's Candy, maybe? No, actually, I take it back. I've not read Devil's Candy. What would you recommend doing to study anatomy for drawing your characters better and more natural looking? If you want a more natural looking look, then it might be worthwhile to do figure drawing sketches, and specifically do it of people doing very natural looking poses. Or like practice doing movement studies. So get used to drawing characters in movement, get used to drawing bodies posed in natural ways. I'd say probably in that way, doing studies of figures would be the best, most helpful thing to do. I have not read either of those two. I'm not like a super big fan of any of the ones that like have really arrogant characters in them, and like Lookism I think gave me that vibe. Same with True Beauty. I've been told to read True Beauty, and True Beauty gave me weird like self-aggrandizing vibes. And so I couldn't. But I could be wrong. Purple Hyacinth? I have not heard of Purple Hyacinth. I don't do well with the ones where like people become beautiful or whatever. It makes me a little uncomfortable. Maybe because I have my own self-image issues, so like reading someone else having self-image issues, I'm like, too real. We're gonna take a step back here. I want to go back to reading fantasy stories where everyone's just automatically beautiful by default and I don't have to care. I don't know. Maybe that's my vibe. Actually, I have not read Dragon Ball Z. And I don't know how I'm going to, because I feel like there's too many things. It's too much. There's too many things. It's like One Piece. Too many things to read, It's like One Piece and Naruto, really. If you get started with Naruto later on, it's like you've got years worth of content. I don't have that level of commitment anymore. Little Rain, do not know what that is. Seasons of Blossom. Spy X Family's great. Fucking love Spy X Family. I think I've seen Gosu before. Have I read it though? That's the real question. Oh, I think I read like the first chapter of this, and then I forgot to continue. What are some artist streamers that you like to watch? I don't really watch streamers very much, if I'm gonna be honest. Who are some people I follow? Brushpack, yes. Currently they're only available for subs, so if you sub to the Twitch channel, or if you want, you can purchase them on Gumroad as well. I think this is the thing for it. Let me see. who are the artists that I actually follow? If I can see them. Shillin's pretty good. Sozo Micah's pretty good. Agoto? I think Agoto does kind of like horny stuff though. Cintiq is pretty good. Nubavitch is pretty good. Ivana Mudson is pretty good. These are all people that like occasionally stream. I don't know if they stream pretty often. Peter Hahn streams as well. I don't know. Is there a way for you to see who I follow? Because otherwise, there are a couple of art streamers on there. Although there are a couple of non-art streamers on there as well. People I don't remember following. Overgeared is drawn by the same artist that does Soul Leveling? Okay, alright. You have me interested. Overgeared. Oh. I do like the artist for Solo Leveling, so I might check that out. Thank you for the recommendation. Seems like a couple of you guys have read Overgeared, so. Oh, there isn't? Okay. Sukedachi 09. Oh, I haven't actually seen this at all. That's pretty cool. I'll check it out. I don't think so. Tamen de Gushi or 19 days? 19 days sounds familiar. I don't know about Tamen no Gushi. Or Tamen de Gushi. I don't know if I've... Oh! Wait. Is that Chinese? Tamen the Gushi. Right. Okay. I was like reading it and I was like, what? Why does that... Why did... It was like triggering something in my brain. I was like, why does this sound like something I should know how to read? But I'm not. And I was like, I don't know if Japanese has like a D in it. DE thing. It was like, my brain was just like, what's happening? Blue Period? I think I did start Blue Period and I never finished it. I do think I started it. But just like DE alone. Not like the fact that there isn't a combination of DE together in a word, but like DE alone as a word is not a thing in Japanese, I don't think. Beginning after the end? No, I don't think I have. That I'm pretty sure I've seen before and I have not read it. Of course. Thank you for commissioning me. Does that have anything to do with a returner's magic should be special? Or are those two separate things that just magically seem to have the same name? Okay. Just making sure. I've seen it around. I think I gave the first chapter a try, but I don't remember what's in it, so if I read it again, it will be like new. How does one make it readable? So I have a very specific preference where I don't like line art that's too consistent all around. That's again a very specific preference to me. A lot of people do like it because it allows them to have like the most amount of agency when it comes to coloring and stuff, and you can do a lot with coloring. But a lot of my work ends with just being line work, and so I have a huge thing about my line work looking too consistent. So you'll see like in small parts and pockets I'll put little like pit shadows and stuff. And I'll try to use a variety of like, you know, thicknesses, interior lines being lighter than exterior lines, stuff like that. Just any way to add a little bit more variety, because yeah, I have an issue with readability as well, and I really don't like when like line art styles are super consistent. But it's like small stuff. I'd say being cognizant of like what you can get away with, what are the techniques for line quality that you can use in certain spaces. Like some people, if they have like a dark shape on a dark shape, they'll use a white outline when they're coloring to delineate the two. Not that specific technique, but things like that where you're doing something in particular to try and distinguish one from the other. That could be thickening the line on like a specific item. It could be creating pit shadows. It could be, you know, having a different line quality, line opacity, line thickness, line weight, all that stuff. Are you watching or have you read Fumetsu no Anata? What is that? Oh, I have read To Your Eternity. Yes, I have read it. It made me very sad. What's the hairstyle called where it's short hair with bangs and kind of twin tails poof up? I have no idea. I do not know if that has a name. I've read Chainsaw Man. I did not finish it, and I don't know if I will because I got bored. But it seems like people are excited for it, or have been watching it. I don't know. Same with Jujutsu Kaisen. I read it as well, and I stopped because I got bored. So I don't know, but it seems like people are liking it, so maybe I'll pick it up again in a couple years. I'd say it's, I don't know. Wait, did I finish To Your Eternity? Maybe I'm thinking of something else. No, I think I did finish To Your Eternity. I don't know. I think it was kind of like a bittersweet sadness or something. Vagabond's pretty nice. Although I also did not finish that one because it takes ages for that series to update. I started reading that series when I was in middle school. I don't know if I've seen Look Back. I don't think I have. I haven't read a lot of manga recently. I've just been reading a lot of webtoons because they're on my phone. And I could make the poor choice of reading them right before I go to bed. Light of the Immortal. I think I also have read that one. Don't remember if I finished it though. I will definitely check it out. Character I really loved, but I didn't care for the story. Interesting question. Okay, see, like, I don't really care about this anymore, but when Sword Art Online first came out, I really liked Asuka. Or, Asuna. Sorry, her name's Asuna, Asuka. She's a different orange-haired girl. I thought Asuna was really cool, and then they ruined her within, like, the first episode that she was in. So I was just kind of like, okay, well, I guess I'm not gonna watch the rest of this, or read the rest of this thing. But I thought Asuna was really sick, and I know that she is, for a lot of people, she is cool still, but, like, they ruined her for me within, like, the first bit, so I was like, okay, fine. I can't really remember other things because, like, I have a very flippant attitude to characters. I am very used to having a very shallow connection with characters because of the nature of being a character designer. So, unless I'm, like, super bought into a story, it's really easy for me to forget about characters that aren't a whole package, I guess. Even, like, character designs that are cool, I have a pretty fickle memory, so I will probably just forget if the story is not also something that keeps me interested. I can't really think of anyone else, if I'm gonna be honest. Oh, Kabaneri of the Iron Fortress. When she came on screen, I was like, this is a Born from Hornty show. I see. I am not big on, like, comedy gag animes. I'm not big on animes in general, but comedy gag animes are, in particular, are very, like, kind of on the fence for me. One day I'll regale all of you guys with my theory on, or not my theory. It's not a theory. It's just a fact. I'll regale all of you on the scale of horny, and it's a secret scale I've been developing to judge like a very specific subset of artists. Just for fun. It's nothing bad. I don't really care that people draw horny stuff, but I just think it's really funny, and it's a very interesting case study psychologically. So but yeah, anyways, yeah, when I saw Mume, I was like, ah, yes, I see. It's like when you see Kill la Kill and you're like, I know it's like not about being horny, but it's pretty horny. Like, you know, that kind of a thing. Different degrees of that, you know, different degrees of intent, basically, is what I'm trying to convey. I'm glad people like that Proco video. I'm surprised with how well it did. I can't believe how many people watched that video, but oh, the popo's coming. That's actually... Is that my cat? I think it's my roommate's cat. I know. Man, I really wish I could enjoy watching like funny things with everyone else. Like, I feel like such a party pooper for not wanting to watch stuff like Gintama and all that other stuff, but I don't know, there's some part of me that's just super tired of like humor. I guess in that way. Like, I'm not someone who like tries to spend most of my day trying to like find funny things and whatnot. Like, if I happen upon something that's funny, that's cool, but I like to the way that I live my life is relatively like standard and not serious, but just like, you know, what it is what it is. So watching something that's supposed to be funny has always been extremely hard for me, and I'm sure that's kind of like that's so try-hardy, but I don't know, I can't watch those series without feeling a little bit like just tired. I don't watch comedy shows. I mean, I watch stand-up comedy, but only by stand-up comics that are like talking about actual problems, and comedy is their way to discuss those things, kind of stuff. I'm just not much of a comedy person in general. I don't find it very funny, typically. Never seen Seinfeld, don't ever want to see Seinfeld. I don't really look... Like, dark comedy doesn't change it for me very much, even. See, I like Bo Burnham, but that's because Bo Burnham doesn't really count as comedy anymore. Like, Bo Burnham and Daniel Sloss are my two favorite comedians. But if you actually watch their stuff... I like Daniel Sloss still a comic, but like, you know, funnily enough, I have watched Big Bang Theory when I was in like middle school, and I liked it when I was in middle school. And then I thought about it when I was like a little older, and I'm just kind of like, okay. Well, that was a time in my life. I'm not gonna watch that show again. Always Sunny. I've seen a couple episodes of Always Sunny, and it's funny for sure. But I'm not gonna watch more, if you know what I mean. I'll watch it if it's being shown to me, but I'm not gonna like go out of my way to watch it. Same with like The Office. Gary loves The Office, and every time it shows up on television, like if it's like at a restaurant or something and it's on, like I'll watch a little bit and it's kind of funny, but I'm never gonna seek it out, you know. I just don't, it's just not a part of my life. I watched Monty Python when I was younger, and I don't remember much about it. I do remember it being pretty funny, but again, I'm not dying to watch it again. Like, I saw it once, I was like, that was pretty cool, and I'll probably never watch it again unless being asked to. I did actually read this Nozaki-kun, Yakan Shoujo Nozaki-kun, like ages ago. When it first came out, I did read it, and I was really into it, and then I just fell out of it, and I probably will never get back into it again. Mr. Bean was something I was vaguely familiar with in middle school, I think, or high school, I think. Oh, maybe it was high school, I don't know. And he's funny, but I'm not gonna seek him out. I will never touch Lucky Stars. That goes too far back. It's not, the skill has not been fully developed. I'll let you guys know once I get more into it. Shaman King, for me, is like, I read it at a good time in my life. I'm willing to forgive it. It's like, it's not like I don't like comedy at all. Small bits of sprinklings of comedy add a lot of flavor to a story, give it some sense of comic relief. It's nice. But, like, you wouldn't define Shaman King as a comedy. You wouldn't define Hunter x Hunter as a comedy, right? Those are the types of things that I like, where it's like, it has a good amount of, you know, seriousness, has a good amount of kind of, like, introspection, stuff like that. But then also has moments of, like, levity, and it's cool. It's like a nice change of pace. So I like those are the two things that I like. Have you seen Host Club? Yes, when I was in middle school. Very cool show. I've rewatched it like when I was in high school, and I don't think I'll ever rewatch it again. Oh, their remake airs. I have no idea. No idea when that comes out. But when it comes out, who knows if I'll watch that even. Have I seen Gintama? No. Very familiar with Gintama. I had a lot of friends who really like Gintama. I will probably never watch Gintama. No, but I'm gonna be honest, this is a art style that I really truly can't get behind. So I probably won't ever watch it or read it. Same with what is it? What is the one thing that everyone watch? Yotsuba? I can't trust it. I really can't. How am I feeling? I'm okay. I think I might do another one after this, and then we'll call it. Okay, I mean, that's good to know. I always felt bad for not liking Gintama because my friends really liked it and they always try to get me into it. I never felt like I was in the right headspace to watch those kinds of things, so I don't know. Maybe in a couple years I'll be in the mood for something very unserious and then having moments of, really emotional moments, so maybe. I did watch the Loki series. I'm glad you're having a good time, Fatumi. Thank you for taking it. It means a lot to me. Loki made me very angry. And if you've been around this stream, you'll understand why. And surprisingly, it's not because of the self-cest. I really don't care about self-cest. Did I ever watch Bleach? Yes, Bleach was my series of the big three. I feel like if you grew up with the big three, you always either had one or two of them that were like your favorites. Bleach and Naruto were mine, but Bleach was my big thing. I loved Bleach so much. And yeah, so I've watched everything up until the Aizen arc. I've read everything up until the Aizen arc, and I refuse to move past the Aizen arc. Old Loki and Alligator Loki. Yeah, Alligator Crookie, my boy. Old Loki, fantastic. How did in a show about the character, Tom Hiddleston has less chemistry with his character than he did in other movies? Yeah, Bleach and Naruto are definitely my two series, but I only really ever finished Bleach. I did not see Naruto till the end of its run. I was already too betrayed by Bleach. I didn't read the last chapter either. I saw when the Aizen arc happened, I was like, perfect, awesome, this is the exact ending for Bleach. This is an amazing ending. Let's end it here. And then my heart dropped when I got a notification that there was a new chapter out for Bleach. It made me so sad. And so I just refused to continue. Do I like shows like Evangelion? I do. Though, let's be fair, I like Evangelion a lot, but the thing is I like the idea of Evangelion that I have in my head. The version of Evangelion I remember seeing when I was in, middle school, and so I can't really say if the version of Evangelion I have in my head is actually if it's actually as good as it is in my head, or at least as much as I liked it when I watched it then, but it's so far the only mecha anime that I've felt has actually been about the mecha and has actually allowed the human interactions to enhance the mecha-ness of it. I recently watched Hathaway, which is the newest installment of the original Gundam storyline, and oh my god. I know Hathaway wasn't meant to be anything, and it's a really gorgeously animated show. If you have Netflix, I recommend watching Hathaway, Gundam Hathaway, just for the animation alone. It's very pretty. But there are it breaks all of the tropes that I absolutely despise. And I was completely blindsided the whole time because I had no idea what was happening. You kind of need to watch like 15 shows ahead of this one to understand what was happening in Hathaway. So if you aren't like deep into Gundam, just know that you're probably not going to understand Hathaway and just accept it as a fact. But the fact that Hathaway was like maybe an hour, I forget how long it is, and the mech fights, maybe max 15 minutes about Hathaway is a mech fight. It made me very sad. I watched Gundam for mechs, okay? I don't know what they think the marketing like appeal of Gundam is. I'm watching Gundam for mechs, and for the mechs to only be in the show for like 15 minutes made me extremely sad. I swear to God, I'm gonna... Christopher, bud, my dude, don't you fucking dare try to justify Gigi's presence in that film. Don't you dare. Absolutely not. Have I watched Unicorn? No. Not you two. Not you two. Not neither of you. Both of you. Stop. Cease. Stop. Gigi like unlocked something about me. It was like a rage. It was not good. What's wrong with Gigi? What's wrong with you? Did you watch Hathaway? At no point did Gigi... Okay, I understand the role of Gigi, alright? I understand the role of Gigi. But that was because someone who actually was familiar with Gundam had to tell me. If the fact that I couldn't understand why Gigi was there, what the point of her was, and was still majorly confused about what she was doing for the entirety of the show, means that her character was not properly communicated to me. And also, her character arc really confusing because she couldn't decide whether or not she had all the answers or if she was just going to be a whiny bitch on the corner of the screen. I can't stand female characters that are like, I'm gonna have my moment where I have all the answers and you don't, I'm gonna make you feel really stupid. But then like turn around and be like, ew, no, don't look at me, I'm naked. Like, why would you have those scenes? Why would you qualify a character like that? There's no point. Half of her scenes have absolutely no bearing on her character. They just make her seem juvenile. It's absolutely atrocious. I sat there watching this girl have a mental breakdown on screen for 40 minutes, and I'm supposed to expect that this girl has all the answers, and then she ends Hathaway being like, in the kind of mood of like, I know all the answers, I have all these secrets, all these things. It's like, just be that kind of person all the time. I would love to have a badass psychic girl in this show. I'm so down for that, okay? But like, why do you have to qualify her with being one, she is young. She is a youngin', okay? 2, the whole context of her character is that she's an escort. 3, within 5 minutes of meeting both of the random ass random ass boys in this show, she already has a semi-working relationship with the 2 of them, but is randomly jealous when one of them doesn't pay attention to her, but then is also randomly kind of snarky when one of them demands her attention. It's like, I'm sorry. What was the point of this? What was the point of this storyline? She like was the key to unlocking a whole Pandora's box of hatred. Like that. I refuse to accept that what Gigi showed me on screen was complex. It was not complex. The writers just didn't know how to write a female character. That's all. Because if she was a complicated character, I would have accepted the 40 minutes of her freaking out. Because if she was actually a complicated character, then I would have accepted, like, her freaking out on screen because she was going through a genuinely difficult time, but then all of a sudden seems to have like the random gall and the balls in the middle of an action sequence to be like, I know what's best for you.
are like, I have all the answers that you're looking for. I'm actually randomly important, but let me not describe to you why I'm important, and I'm just gonna make you feel extremely, distracted, despite the fact that I give you no reason to be distracted, and the only reason why you're distracted is because I'm a random 19-year-old girl that you met on a plane, that you randomly saw naked, and you randomly had to be forced into a room with, and then, for some reason, I just abandon you out of nowhere because I found this other guy to be attracted to, but then I actually meet with this guy and I'm not actually attracted to him. Like, explain to me how that's a complex character and not just a convoluted character. A female character that matched the tone of a scene whenever they needed a female to be in the scene. They needed a girl that validated the coolness of these two male characters that were setting up for the rest of whatever Hathaway's gonna lead up to. And whenever she needed to be this whiny 19-year-old, she was. Whenever she needed to be this really calm and collected psychic, which is what she is, which is really cool, whenever she needed to be this calm and collected psychic, she was. She was never a full character because she was whatever the writers needed her to be in order to be a foil for the male characters. I felt like that was such a waste of a genuinely cool character. She could have been cool. I thought her character design was sick. I thought she was neat. But then they just did that. And, like, it made me really sad. Because I really don't mind when women are sexually promiscuous. I don't mind when they are sexually empowered. I really don't. It doesn't matter to me, right? Write your women horny. I really don't give a shit. Just be consistent about it, okay? Do it with your full chest. Say, like, hey, this girl, this is her personality type. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Just don't make her randomly, like, childish whenever she wants to be, but then also randomly switch gears just so that she can be the badass you always wanted her to be. It just makes me so sad. Immensely sad. Because she could have been a really cool character. And I don't care that she's horny. I don't care that in every scene that she's in, it seems like her hair has zero gravity still. I don't mind. I just don't. Oh my god. Gundam. One of your female characters has to be kind of sick, okay? Okay, I refuse to accept that, because at no point, stylistically, visually, does the show itself showcase that she's having a sensory overload. There's no point visually does the show describe that she's having a sensory overload. I had to suss out that she was a psychic because my friend who had watched the 15 other Gundam shows you needed to watch for this Hathaway show had to tell me she's a psychic. It's like, oh, I was supposed to know that? I was supposed to know that this random 19-year-old who describes herself as an escort, who at no point said that she's at all sensitive to anything whatsoever, who just randomly spouts out complete utter bullshit out of her ass and is expected to be listened to, I'm supposed to understand that she's a psychic? Because at no point does Gundam, yes, new type, she's a new type, at no point does Gundam, in that show, make a whole shtick about there being a psychic to people who haven't seen the show. And granted, they did make Hathaway for people who have seen the show. I get it. I understand. That's totally fine. That's whatever. Just make it more obvious that there's something more to her, because the entirety of Hathaway, I thought she was just some random 19-year-old that was just trying to get into the main character's pants at the same time as getting into another character's pants, but then being mad that she can't be in both pants at the same time. That's all I thought she was. And it made me really mad. And then it's like, oh, she's a psychic. That doesn't explain anything. That doesn't qualify any of those things. Anyways, I'm getting really heated and I gotta drink water. Ugh. Exactly. It's Gundam. That's all, right? That's all you have to qualify it with. Oh, it's Gundam. This age-old IP that's really, really cool and has made mecha kind of a mainstay in a lot of places. You just kind of have to accept that it's written by a lot of people that don't really know how to write women characters as actual legitimate people and not just accessories for the male character's development as a character. That's fine. I get it. It's cool. Whatever. Just don't look me in the eye. Don't be in this space and tell me, like, Gigi's an alright character, because she's not. We're gonna have some conversations, because she's not. Oh, you know, excellent. I have strongly considered making a video essay type channel because And I know if I did, it just would be a terrible decision, because like I have all these thoughts, and I'm not a strong enough person to like take the heat for like my actions. so I shouldn't, right? I shouldn't, because that's not fair. That's not a fair exchange. I should be open to criticism or whatever. I like having these thoughts, and it's nice communicating to people on a very like small scale, because no one else needs to know that I have this issue with Gigi from Hathaway on Netflix, right? But oh my god. Anyways, have I ever seen Erased? I saw an episode and then I stopped watching. No, actually, no. I think I did see all of it, and then I was like, yeah, that's a show. Oh, I actually got really warm. I had to like take my jacket off. That was a lot. Tojo, Pink Stallion, both of you, thin fucking ice. I have not. Regrettably, I haven't seen a ton of the Gundam series. I've mainly only seen Iron-Blooded Orphans, and only the first season. So, I do not know very much about Gundam. And so, granted, I will say, preface, this is, not preface, kind of an end fist? Last fist? I don't know. I did not watch the things needed to understand Hathaway. So maybe it's my fault. Maybe everyone who walked into Hathaway understood that she was a new type from the very beginning. Ugh. Okay, but that is factually incorrect. The best part of Hathaway was the Gundam fights. How dare you say that? The 15 minutes of Gundam fights in that show were the best parts of that show. I should not have had to watch an hour, 40 minutes, 50 minutes of that show just to get 15 minutes of good Gundam fights. Okay? Okay. And like, here's the thing, right? The fact that I didn't get that she was a psychic is not the part of this thing that really frustrates me. It's the fact that even outside of her being a psychic, she literally isn't a character. She's just a thing that has a personality that fits the tone of the scene. She isn't a character. She isn't a whole thing. She just dispenses whatever personality type you need out of her for the scene to work, for the main character to have conflicts. Like, my main issue was that the main character is a character with a goal. She has a whole thing that, like, he has a whole thing that he needs to do. That's the whole crux of the show. And within, like, 5 minutes of meeting her, suddenly he's so conflicted. Suddenly he's all like, oh, but this girl, though. But this girl, I gotta protect her, though. It's like, why, though? She's literally given you no reason to trust her. She's actually giving you way more reasons to distrust her. Way more reasons for you to kill her. And, like, I'm supposed to sit here and just, like, accept that this main character, who has so much more to do, right? He's got a whole thing on his plate. I'm supposed to accept that this main character is just conflicted all of a sudden of his life's journey, of his life's plan, of all of the work him and a bunch of his close friends are working so hard on, and he's just kind of swayed by this one random civilian that he doesn't know anything about. Like, not good. Bye, Joey. Thank you for being here. Despite the fact that you had to end on a rant, thank you for being here. I very much appreciate it. Oh my god. That should just be the first video for the video essay. It's just me having a completely unscripted, just uncensored rant, unplanned rant on Gigi as a character in Gundam. I don't know. She just made me extremely, extremely mad. Absolutely not. I do not give a shit about Hathaway. He has given me absolutely no reasons to care about him.
I just want like, and I don't know, is it just weird to like want male characters to amount to more? Like, it's not even about a female character being mistreated. That's like a dime a dozen thing. They all do that. It's whatever. At this point, I don't really care. I mean, I do, but like at this point, it's like, are you really gonna just write your male character being completely distracted because he saw like a girl that looked at him twice? Is that like the amount of male development for a fictional character? Is like, this girl looked at me just like 2 seconds longer than every other girl. Suddenly I'm totally convinced that my life is gonna revolve around her. Like, is that not weird to people? Don't you want a character to be more than that? We're not having, no, absolutely not. Do not degrade yourselves to this level. You guys are better than this, okay? Christopher, I'm gonna fly to Charlotte and I'm gonna smack you across the face. I will smack you always, left and right. I'm gonna sit you down. I'm gonna tell you. We're gonna have a therapy session. I don't know. I guess maybe I just like to believe that the end goal of a grand journey does not have to be the approval of a person. And it doesn't have to be like a human does not have to be the reward for something. Like, you could do other things and be excited and proud of yourself and not demand the approval of I don't know. Essentially, what is a flesh object? Because let's be real, no female characters written for any stories like these count as human. I'll be honest, I don't even like the designs of most Gundam. And it makes me really sad because I really want to be watching more things about Gundam. Because I like mechs. I like mechs a lot. But just like, none of them actually focus on mechs. They're like, let's make this more relatable to humans by putting a human relationship in front of this mech anime. It's like, I feel like you have severely misplaced why I'm watching this anime. But maybe I'm actually a part of the minority and most people don't watch mech animes for the mechs. Gridman? We didn't finish Gridman, but we did start it, and I didn't mind it. Not yet, at least, so I don't actually have an opinion on that, because we didn't actually get to finish the one that we saw. But Gridman, like, the actual mech was kind of cool. I think I remember it being kind of cool. Gundam Thunderbolt. I will look at it, Tojo, upon your on your recommendation, and I will return to you a dissertation if it does not meet up to my standards. You will be receiving a dissertation in the mail if it is not. I'm joking, but
I'll be the judge of that. Don't you know? It is for Peach. I should change that. What should I change that to? Finish with this one. Delete cells, shift up. This one. Separate images. Okay, cool. See, I've heard people talk about Escaflowne, and I've actually never seen too much about it, except for people talking about it, so... It does seem kind of like a, if you were there, you had to be there to really, you know about Escaflowne. I never got into Code Geass. Which is... It was just one of those series that I was, like, not really interested in, so I missed the time when it was popular. Aldnoah Zero, Whoa. Is that the one with the princess and the two guys that are, like, black and white? Yeah, I never watched it. But, oh, it seems like Tojo has some opinions about it. Why can't you have that same energy with Gigi, huh? Clearly you have it in you. Big O. I don't know. I actually don't know what that is. Good night. Thank you for coming to get Gigi's. Oh, okay. Oh, suddenly it's all acceptable because you watched a bunch of other movies that also have really poorly written characters, and suddenly she doesn't seem so bad compared to every other character that was poorly written. I'm sure it makes a lot more sense if you've seen the other ones. Intertextuality? Is that real? I've never heard of that word before. What does it mean? Okay, I see. So within the context of the show, Or in the context of the IP, she does actually change the thing. What other mech figures do you have? I actually don't have that many. I only recently started to build and purchase figures. It's something I've always wanted to do, and I've never had the funds or means to do it, and now I do. Do you have a video on your process of drawing? I... Not one that is available Hey! What are you hissing at? Not one that's available publicly. It's a current... The most recent version would be the one on my... in the class that I made. But, yeah, I guess I don't really know what you're looking for in terms of, like, a process of drawing. She's based off a book? Does Gundam have books like the Halo series does? Look, all I'm asking for with mecha shows is that I want them to actually focus on the mecha. You know? The mechs are what I'm interested in. And like characters can exist as a way to enhance the world in which the mechs populate, but let's be real. Do I like sentient robots? I don't mind them, but the cool thing about mechs is the relationship between the pilot and the mech, you know? If I did just like sentient robots, then I wouldn't really be into mecha, you know? There's something very special about the mecha genre, and I really like what it has kind of as like a potential, but I don't know. And like this isn't like, if a story is actually like a romance or a love story with a mecha background, like that's you know, if it does that with its full chest, sure, that's fine. I'm not saying any media that has a mech in it has to be only focused on the mech, but sometimes there are shows that don't really communicate that like they want to be other things, and so then you walk in with the expectation that I'm gonna see cool mech fights, and there are none, and it's a little sad. It's just a little sad. I refuse to watch Darling in the Franxx on principle. I don't know anything about Titanfall's story. Do Transformers count? I don't like how Transformers look. I'm very picky, if you can't tell. I'm very picky. I don't like how Transformers look, so I will not indulge in Transformers. Opinion on Pacific Rim? Perfect. Mwah. Chef's kiss. The first movie of Pacific Rim? Beautiful. Gorgeous. Made by someone who actually understands what's cool about mecha movies, which is the mechs. And so therefore we have a lot of scenes with the mechs, about piloting the mechs, about the characters' relationships so that they can pilot the mech. That is beautiful, wonderful writing. And the best part, no relationships, no sex, no getting into each other's pants. It's all about the fact that they have a war to fight. Beautiful. Lovely. Second movie, we pretend that didn't happen. Absolutely, there's only one movie in the Pacific Rim universe, and it is only the first one. Let's make sure we're all on the same page there.
Because, like, here's the thing, like, Pacific Rim is a very simple movie. It's just about this fight between mechs and kaijus. I have seen the first or second episode of the Pacific Rim anime. I refuse to see more. It was not very good. It's not a complicated equation. It literally is just what it is. And what makes it deep is that these mechs are there to kind of also require more out of the characters. The characters have to build the story and build the world so that we can get to piloting the mechs. It's about getting to that point where you can really engage with the world in this mech. And it's cool so that you can build up the action sequences and the world's pretty neat. It's pretty simple. And you know what you didn't need to sprinkle in there to make it even better? Romance. Absolutely none. You could read it as romance, but they don't shove it down your throat that he likes her and she likes him and oh my god. You know? Beautiful. Absolutely lovely. Yeah, I really want to post some stuff on Twitter, but nothing's finished or able to be posted, so I've been very absent. But I'm hoping that in my free time, I'll be able to finish a couple of sketches and be able to start posting again, but it was nice kind of coming back with a very, like, non-committal sketch. It was nice because in the past I'd always be like, oh, it's my first post after a while, I should make it nice or something. Thankfully I don't feel that way anymore. Oh god, there was noise. Finished with the Amira illustration you did a year ago. Actually, no. I really kind of want to do that again and, like, reconfigure it. Because I do like the illustration, but it just wasn't... I don't know. It wasn't working. I do love... Wait, I'll watch this scene after the stream. But, I do love how middle of the road the characters are in that show. Oh, I will say, if you guys haven't seen the, have any of you guys seen the Resident Evil show? The animated show that's on Netflix? Yes. It's actually surprisingly well made. Like, from a visual standpoint, very high quality. It's really gory, as with all things Resident Evil, so there you go. But, yeah, I mean, I didn't really get the story, I didn't know what was happening, but surprisingly well made. Story was not terrible, so I almost kind of would recommend it if you are interested in Resident Evil stuff. I really don't care for her the way that other people do. I don't see the appeal. I get it. I don't see the appeal. And it's the same thing with Shrek, and I'm bringing this back again. Same thing with Shrek. I feel like some people just like her because she became a meme. But, like, if she was just a video game character no one really talked about, it's like, it's okay. But, like, she became a meme, so everyone likes her. It got to the point where I had to, like, have a weird conversation with, like, the olds at my company. Like, they were talking, like, some of my art director and stuff, and, like, other people that definitely have no idea what is happening in Resident Evil. They had to, like, they were asking me, like, yeah, what is this character? Like, why is she so popular? And, like, me and one other person who were, like, actually of the age to understand what was happening was just trying to explain to them, how do we explain people just like big tits to people in a professional setting? And
like, we were like, how do we describe that people just like big women and big boobs to you, at work, in a Zoom meeting, in a Zoom call. It was very, very awkward, very, very not very we tried really hard. So I have very lukewarm opinions on Lady, however you say her name, which is not how everyone says her name, apparently, because she's French and there's another way to say her name, but yeah, she's fine. She's whatever. I think what I was trying to ask was how quick and clean you put down your lines. I saw your latest video on YouTube and it seems like you draw a lot of hands. You kept erasing the lines. Like that. Yeah, so, I guess what I'm doing whenever I'm drawing is I'm constantly looking, reevaluating, and reassessing the direction and the results of what I'm drawing. So, whenever I'm putting down a line, I'm always looking at it and judging it against everything else that I've drawn as I'm drawing the next line, seeing if I want to keep it, if I want to revise my whatever choice I'm making or whatever. I'm constantly doing that, which is why I can kind of make the choices on the fly of, oh, I want to erase this line, I want to fix this line, I want to do that. And I also know what lines would actually be the ones that would best suit the pose, style, feeling, atmosphere that I'm going for. So I can usually make those decisions as I'm drawing. And that's something that you kind of just start to become used to knowing once you've drawn a lot. Like, you start recognizing earlier on, like, oh, I feel like that'll cause me an issue later on, so I should probably fix that now. If I'm drawing a certain pose, I've drawn enough of these poses that I can kind of figure out whether or not they're accurate or going in the right direction or acceptable. If I look at them and I'm like, I feel like this could be fixed or something, then, I have the tools to do it because I've drawn most of these poses significantly enough, and I also have enough experience drawing humans that even if I haven't drawn this pose before, I could figure it out just based on like logic and stuff of human anatomy and proportion and perspective. So all of those tools coming together to kind of help me make the most of these decisions I'm making seemingly out of nowhere to someone else, right? But as I'm drawing, I'm making these decisions relatively consciously. Haven't got to the point where it's full consciously, which is like mastery level. But I'm at a point where I can kind of tell when something is in a good spot, when a line is not the right one. I've developed a kind of gut feeling for that. So how would you get to this point? It would mainly be a matter of just kind of getting used to drawing, being comfortable with drawing certain things, having knowledge of the thing that you're drawing. So if you're drawing characters and clothes, knowing how wrinkles and folds and drapery works, knowing how to pose and manipulate a character in all fashion, not just from reference, being able to logically figure out how to pose a character without needing reference for it is a skill that helps when you're drawing in this way, because it opens up the opportunities and the options for you to really push past what you could feasibly find for reference. And being able to make those decisions for yourself and like figure that out and problem solve for yourself, also just in general a really good skill to have, because in the case that you ever find yourself stuck, you could trust yourself to be able to sit down and figure it out. And that's constantly what you're doing if you're drawing in this way, is you're constantly creating new problems by putting down a line, and then
you know, every time I put down a line, I'm like, okay, what does that say about the future of this pose, the future of what this character is doing? If I raise this shoulder up, that might be a good opportunity for me to have him cross his arms and then raise one shoulder. Or maybe he has one arm up on his hip, or maybe he has one arm angled, you know, behind his head or something like that. Or if I angle it down instead, if I don't like any of those poses, then what does that future pose mean? What are all the other options available to me because I made these decisions? Those are the things that I'm thinking about as I'm drawing. And that's kind of why you see me going back, editing things, or making decisions based on, like, the previous decision. That's just kind of how I work, how I've started to work, because it's interesting. But that's kind of basically a rundown of what's happening. Let's see. What is the most difficult thing you've ever drawn? Machinery is really hard to draw. Like, I can't draw a bike, like a motorcycle, for the life of me. Never been able to. I really want to, because I have a story involving bikers, and I really want to be able to draw a bike for them. But that's gonna be like an actual, like, thing I have to learn to do. So whenever I get the time to just draw nothing but motorcycles for a while, then that's when that'll happen. Hey, Euphoria. When did you start doing that process? I made a physical... I think I remember the first time I ever drew something without... Let's see, it's actually on Instagram. Let me see if I'm gonna find it. Wow, I haven't posted anything on Instagram in a very long time. Ooh yee. Ooh yee. Let's see. Window capture. What? No. Hold. Where's Photoshop? Huh? Okay. Okay. So, let's see. It's all the way down here. Somewhere down here. I remember it was in high school. I did a drawing. This one. Well, I did not have to scroll down very far for high school. This drawing changed a lot of things for me, because it was the first time I'd ever drawn something without actually sketching it through. I had kind of started to do it before, but it was the first time I'd done it fully, and I realized, like, wow, this is actually really fun. I just remember starting my first class of the day, just like starting with this head, and I just worked down, and every time I made a mistake, I would change the lines. I would change the course of the character and the design as I was going, to accommodate any mistakes that I made. So even if I drew the wrong line, I would try to incorporate it back in. Obviously, there's a lot of stuff in this now that I would be like, if I could change that, I would. But it was the first time I really think I felt kind of, like, interested in this format of thinking. And I kind of started working on it ever since. I'd say, like, end of, like, senior year of high school, I really started getting interested in this. And then, you know, ever since then, I just kind of kept working with this lack of understructure, and it was actually really interesting working in this way, because it made me so much more aware of the choices I was making. I had to kind of balance it out, though, because it was kind of bordering on perfectionism. But sometimes you just come up with, like, more interesting shapes and more interesting, like, lines, because nothing's decided yet. You're kind of figuring it out. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just cool. It's interesting. I like doing it because it makes things fun, and enjoyable. But yeah.
Have a good night. Thank you for coming. What is Vanitas? Is it a show? A night strat. Alright, there's a whole thing happening here that I forgot. Didn't Twilight all have the same colored eyes? I was gonna say it sounded like Unholy Blood. Oh, it's by the Pandora Hearts artist? Wow, that's a blast from the past. I haven't thought about Pandora Hearts in ages. I actually didn't think I'd ever have to think about Pandora Hearts in ages. My favorite ones are often the ones I did because I wanted to. They always I don't mean to do that, but they always do end up being that way. It also turns out the ones I like the most often aren't the most popular ones, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, it could just be like I successfully managed to like achieve a look or a style or feeling. I managed to, I don't know, I could just look at it and say like, yeah, that looks really nice and I'm really proud of it. I feel like I don't really have a strong like meter for what
makes it good, because very, very rarely is there something where I'm like, yeah, that's a nice piece of art. And when it does happen, I'm just like, it's a gut feeling. I don't know. I just like it more than the others. Bye, Patella. Is your process slower than doing a sketch in line art? I don't know. It could be. Sometimes it is. But it really kind of depends on if I'm in the right mood to draw. Like, today hasn't been like a great drawing day. Today's not been a great art day. Everything feels like sluggish, more than usual. And I get a kind of like uncomfortable feeling drawing, but it happens. Some days are just like that. And I just have to work through it. But whether or not it's slower, I don't actually know. Yeah, I'd say when a piece of art accomplishes like a milestone, that's usually when I notice it more. Smart. You would have gotten a dissertation from me. Imagine if I actually did. Imagine if I actually did send you like 42 pages of like a spiral bound explanation of a breakdown of the plot character and I don't even think I could write that many pages. I don't know how people who write dissertations do it. I imagine half of what they say has to just be like, I know you know this, but let me break it down for you anyway, and then let me take another 20 pages to get to the part of it that's actually like higher level. Because you have to cover all your bases. I imagine that's kind of how they pad it out, because I can't imagine writing that much on like a completely new topic, having I don't know. Would it include pictures? It might, depending on what cardinal sin has been committed. I might just include actual evidence of the crime. About the pros. I would definitely not be able to write something to that degree of expertise. I feel like that is so totally beyond anything I would ever possibly want to, like, would I care about a topic enough to want to, like, defend it for that many chapters or whatever?
theses. I feel like I've heard theses, like just THESES. I don't know. I mean, someone could definitely Google it and check. I feel like I've seen that before, though. Clearly, the academia at large is not concerned with the minor matter of, you know, having the literature of the highest achieving part of their student body write something eerily similar to the breakdown of mass within the I don't know how to continue that sentence. Brain fried. That the rant I did on Gigi took it out of me. I'm really tired now. That was too much. All that energy just escaped me now. Oh, this character has like 2 braids on his chest, on his like pauldroned chest. I don't know if I'll have the will to live. Yeah, be sorry. Be sorry. You did this to me. No, it's okay. I liked, I don't know. It was a good conversation. Even if it was very one-sided, it was just me yelling at you. It was a good topic. I felt like I could get something off my chest that I've been holding in for a while. One rant per stream. It depends. You have to pull the rant out of me. I feel like I rant decently enough, though. Like, if you guys talk about something that just gets me going, like people talking about finding happiness in art, I'm like, oh, I didn't write 7 pages for my class for nothing. I've thought about this. But I feel like I have a rant at least every stream. But if I don't, make sure to keep me on my toes. Well, you can watch the VOD and be absolutely confused once more if you don't understand the context for what the rant was for. It was a discussion on a character from the Gundam show Hathaway on Netflix, but it was thinly veiled as me having a complete mental not breakdown, but I was having a spiral on the ways that writers justify having characters of absolutely no value on their cast and insisting that viewers like me, such as one like myself, having to watch them prance around on screen and have them try to justify to me why that was worth watching. That was basically like a slightly veiled rant about that as well, and then also about female characters as a whole within the Gundam series and by male writers as kind of a population. All of that. That was kind of what it was about. It was a bunch of topics. She really just grinded my gears when I watched that show, because otherwise the show was just whatever to me. And again, preface it by saying I understand it probably meant a lot more to people who actually watched the required material prior to watching the show. Just, man. To be a female character in a Gundam show, though, if you have no reason to be there, just die instead. I will say, though, another thing that made me kind of sad was they introduced a really interesting character in Hathaway that was female and was actually kind of cool. But then in the only other scene that she was in, she was basically having, like, a breakdown. Which is fine, because she was in a stressful situation. It made sense. It was okay. But, like, that was it. She was kind of just there. And I was like, oh, I hope they do more with her, because she's actually interesting. I actually don't know anything about the ending of Attack on Titan. I know my friends have been watching it, and I have not kept up with it, so I don't know anything that's happening right now, basically. But yes, don't spoil. There's quite a few people that actually have started watching it again. But I am very much out of my Attack on Titan phase, and if I do get back into it, it'll be of my own discretion. I cannot stop people from not spoiling it for me within, I don't know, a couple years. Yeah, it's interesting because, like, I feel like maybe the show treats human characters as disposable because, like, oh, we're a robot show. But at no point do the robots actually mean more than the humans. So they just kill off characters that are just, like, I don't know, kind of integral to understanding what's happening emotionally in the show because they've established that this show needs its characters for things. And then they're just gone. Berserk deserves a good high-budget remake. It really does. I haven't read Berserk, but it does. No, this is a character owned by Wriven9, a commissioner. So I'm drawing their character because they donated to our charity last year. And I need to finish all of these so we can do another charity in December and then do this all over again. Although I feel like next time I do a charity, I'm gonna raise the prices so we have less of these. No discernible decision has been made about that yet. The last one we did in December was for malaria, like a malaria consortium, so they help spread vaccines and medication for malaria, preventative medication for malaria, to children in Africa. So, and they make a routine thing so that they can help prevent kids from contracting malaria and potentially dying from it because it's pretty fatal to kids. So that was our charity in December, and I have no idea what our charity for this coming year would be, but I would like to do another one in December. Spread malaria? Ooh, that would not be great. That would not be fantastic.
No, no. No, no, no. Oh, yeah, Doctors Without Borders is not a bad idea. Because we did ACLU during the Black Lives Matter kind of charity run. We did Malaria Consortium for December. Doctors Without Borders is not a bad idea for the next holiday charity. Yeah, because I would definitely love the holiday charities to be a little bit more international friendly, as opposed to ones that are a little bit more closer to home and American based. Do I have a favorite Japanese artist? The one that currently comes to mind. Oh, Chillin! Chillin! Thank you. Oh, wow. Guys, if you don't follow Chillin, you kind of have to, okay? You have to follow Chillin. I say this as someone who has had such a major art crush on Chillin for like 10 years at this point. Please follow Chillin. I love Chillin's art. Please. Hope your stream went well. What was I saying beforehand? My mind just blanked because I was like, uh-oh. Oh, favorite Japanese artist. Let me take a look at my shelf, but I'm pretty sure I know who I want to say. I think the one that I would definitely 100% say every single time is Yo Yoshinari. He's one of the animators at Trigger. Yo Yoshinari was the animation director for Little Witch Academia, and if you don't own his art book, you absolutely should, especially if you like anime styled stuff. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Love Yo Yoshinari. Love his line work, love the energy in his lines. I love the shapes that he uses. If you want an example of my favorite type of shape design, Yo Yoshinari's got it. On Lock, he did all of the mecha designs for Gurren Lagann. He did beautiful animation work and animation direction on Little Witch Academia. He's done so many beautiful things. I love Yoshinari.
I bought like 2 posters for you like years ago, like 5 years ago at least, and they're still on my wall. They're the only ones I haven't taken down yet because I'm in the process of replacing all my weird anime posters. But yes, love you so much. Hope you had a good stream. Good night. Have a good, I don't know where you are, but have a good night. I want you to sign them. I love them. They're my favorite. They'll stay up there forever. Thank you, Fuchsia. Let's see. Yes, thank you, thank you. Tojo, I bought the Endwalker pre-order expansion thing on Steam, and I can't wait for when it comes out and I'm still expansions behind playing it. Like, I have absolutely no idea when I will have the time to actually play Final Fantasy XIV. You will drag my corpse, as you have through all of the content so far. I would not be where I am now if not for Tojo. If not for my friend Tojo, who's just willing to speed me through content. What a king. Ooh, FF16, I'm also really excited for that. I hope it turns out really well. I have faith because Yoshi P's on it, but even if it, you know, it's okay, like, it still looks cool, and I'm excited. No, I think this is actually an OC. Yeah, it's like a fully fledged fantasy game. It'll be very interesting. I'm really excited for the tone of it. It looks really cool. I really want that, what is it called? The Black something? The Sun Wukong game? The Wukong game. I say it with the most American accent ever. I want a good, dark Sun Wukong. Black Sun. Is it actually called Black Sun? The Wukong game? I want a Sun Wukong game so bad. The Black Myth, that one. I just want a cool version of him. I want him to be cool. Like, there's so many cannibalized versions of him in the West right now. I just want a really good, a really good, solid version of him to be in the market. So people can actually, like, experience him as, like, he kind of, like, I don't know, an interpretation of him. That's so cool. I'm very excited. I want that to come out really bad. Not so that I can play it. Kino? Thin fucking ice right now. Yeah, I think it's really cool, okay? Like, there hasn't been an interpretation of that story, really. Because it ends so abruptly, the whole, potential, like, fake Wukong storyline, I remember. I'm really excited. Very excited. I'll sucker punch your boba the next time we hang out, Kino. You're gonna have to watch it leak onto the pavement. I'm glad we've reached an agreement here. Oh, his hair is so long. Oh, God. Actually, hair extension. Did I get everything? I think I'm missing... Hey, Carter. Things are going pretty good. Hey, Tide. Clothes are part of the character. They came with the character, yes. I don't do designing unless people ask me to. And not a lot of people ask me to do that. Maybe I should put that in the next charity thing. Like, you can ask me to design them clothes. Because I do enjoy doing that. But, yes, most of these characters come pre-designed, and I just draw them with the design that they give me, but with a new pose and everything else. Bonjour.
You could change it if you want, Mindy. Oh, did you not commission for one of your characters? I mean, you can change it again. Please don't say that. Oh. I see. Oh. Well, when I finish with all of these, I will go back to actually just accepting commissions normally, so we can always talk about that. Character looks neat. Do you have any construction on other layers, or did you just go straight to liner? Straight to liner. That's a gimmick that I have. It is the thing that I do. By knowing French, I know general intonation because I took 2 years of French in high school. Yes, I probably will be done shortly once I finish putting in this one last bit of braid. Oh, it is. Yes, thank you for reminding me. It's because I moved the head. Rimlight, no! You're here at the worst time! I'm gonna draw slower so Rimlight can hang out a little bit longer. I know. No, it's okay, it's okay. I'm gonna noodle for a little bit. It's fine, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's okay, we're fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. I'll go in and detail every single braid. It's okay. No! 8 a.m.'s early enough! No! Don't do it on my behalf! Kitsure Suden art. Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Does anyone have any last... Oh, I totally misspelled that file name. Hold. Hold on. We're gonna save that as a JPEG. Does anyone have any last, like, questions or, any kind of whatevers that you'd like to ask? Because yeah, otherwise I'll probably end it here. And I would, again, like to stream more often than just once a week next week. So I might stream again, but I won't really know for sure. It might be random. Am I gonna draw Peach's D&D character? I really might. Will I be streaming next week? Yes. Am I okay? Yes. Tentative. What? Hey, Jeremy. What would you recommend if your draftsmanship is solid but your lines are poopy? Pray to God. Same time next week? Yes. Anywhere we can find your work in any special classes? Well, if you do ! Class 101, you can see my class. Social media, it's all below the stream. Yes. Have a lovely week, you guys. I'm going to find someone we can raid, so if you can stick around and just say hi to the person and support them, that'd be great. Or if you have any recommendations for who you'd like me to raid, then please give forth. Do I use 3D? No. Clip Studio, yes or no? Clip Studio is fun. I don't like using it, though, personally. Let's see. Who can we raid that could use a raid? Mikuke's? Let me see. Miyuke's. I must... Cintiq is streaming again? He's got 176. Okay, yeah. Let's do this person. Let me duplicate. Okay, so we're gonna raid the person that Axelon recommended. But yes, thank you so much, everyone, for coming. What's my favorite thing to draw? People and clothes. Nice clothes and hair. I am always really grateful that you guys pop around and spend some time with me. But yeah, so hopefully I'll see you guys. You can change the speech thing. Oh, that's true. Okay, cool. I'll definitely do that right after. But yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for sticking around. Just, you know, keeping me company. I always appreciate being able to talk with you guys, whether that be rants or answering questions. So yes, have a good night or a good day. Have a good weekend. And I will see you guys all next week.